and really attach action to that. And so the first step in that is to name purpose. And so Tex and I have been collaborating for over 3 years now on some other writing projects and World Unity Week and other things. And we decided that we would like to work on a shared purpose around love. And it's it's a word that's thrown around a lot, right? And yet we know that that is the creative energy that brought us all into being. That was so beautifully brought out by Grandmother Gail just now, how we've all incarnated here as products of everything that's been here before. And when our bodies disincarnate, our bodies will physically become a part of what's left, but there's so much more than that. And so we'd like to really open that up. And our passion, both of us have had a passion for the young. I've been working directly with young children for 4 decades. And so we'll be developing an action mission, if you will, out of this statement that we've crafted this week, and very much in collaboration with the spirit, the shared spirit, the synergy that comes when 2 or more are gathered, as Jesus, as one of the great teachers on the planet, reminded us that when 2 or more are gathered, there's great power. So our shared purpose statement that we have posted on One World is this: because we, Tex Albert and Annie Spade, believe that within a deep time context, human beings are born to participate in the loving consciousness of the evolving universe, both personally and collectively, we feel called with conviction to tend practically our synergistic love fusion generator in a way that we may inspire and help equip others to engage likewise, so that humankind may attain, with reverence and probity, sustainable peace, ecological thrivability, and personal flourishment for all.
And if I may say, I posted it in the chat for everyone to see, to read, and the link to oneworld.earth is there also. Thank you, Annie.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you, guys. Congratulations on your joint mission. What an amazing quest. And I can't wait to get in the middle and participate in that. And it's really been an honor that you guys chose this, our birthday party here to announce this. Thank you so much. Much love to both of y'all. And wonderful. We'd like to at this time, and we are right on time. It is straight up 2 o'clock. Let me get everybody back to regular view here. We've got a bunch of tech stuff going on everywhere, so I'm really falling behind on being the techie that I'm supposed to be right now. But anyway, I would like to announce our first presenter, Miss Amanda Waring. Amanda, I'm going to let you introduce yourself and go directly into your presentation, dear. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So beautiful to follow that announcement as well. So my presentation today is called Be Welcomed, and also Waves of Peace. And we'll come into Waves of Peace in a little while. I am a celebrant, a medicine woman in the UK. I am a alchemical poet. I am many different hats, many different things that I do. For 20 years, I have worked passionately supporting care of the elders. And in the UK, I set up the Dignity in Care campaign, which has 500,000 dignity champions to uphold the rights of our elders. And as I'm becoming an elder, as I will be 60 this year as well, that also brings back to me that concept of how do we welcome ourselves through our ages, through the transitions. There are many ceremonies that I take for people from birth to death, and as a funeral celebrant too. But I wanted to share some practices that I put into work with people that are clients as well, because from 8 years old, I have been singing to the dying. I was taken by my grandmother, and a very wise woman. And so birth and death for me has been very closely linked. And part of what I feel is missing in society and for us to not only feel connected to dear Mother Earth, but also is how were we welcomed when we were born through our physical mother, our physical parents. How were we welcomed? Many of us were not welcomed in the way that the Earth Mother welcomes us. But many of us in the physical did not receive that welcome, that first breath of love or nurture or recognition. And also how many of us actually truly appreciate our physical body for all that it has given us, for all that it has allowed us to do. And I want to integrate with that a beautiful body blessing that I would do for all of us to really acknowledge and understand that we are here in the earth to take action. We are, as Gail said, we are all of the elements. We are living beacons of love, but we are also humans, and we have to welcome ourselves again and again and again and again. Some of us may have no loving partners to support us. Some of us may have no children to look after. Some of us may be isolated, lonely, depressed. How do we find that water wheel of welcome again and again? So I would like to share some of my sacred poetry with ways to welcome you back to yourself and hopefully ignite all of your sacred missions to come into this incredible moment of lighting of the fire. May the lighting of the fire light our desires. May it raise our consciousness higher. May we feel filled with love and light. May we know how to hold ourselves between heaven and earth. May we be that connection at our rebirth as I share the welcome to you. So if you want to, you could close your eyes and place one hand on your heart and one hand on your lower tummy, if it feels comfortable for you. As I take you through a journey of welcome through maybe birth and death, whatever you feel that you receive in my words. Welcome to you, child of the seas and the trees and the stars and the earth. Medicine child, awake to the quake of your joy dance, your entrance, your birth. Bring forth your gifts, your magic, your ways, and living beauty all of your days. Held in ceremony, ritual, and rhyme, sealed with love so deep and divine. This is your time. Feel our call, be witnessed, held, and loved by all. Child of all time, welcome. And the invitation, come, come, you are not done. Come back from the brink, you will not sink. Surfs up, waves are coming in, fly on silver crests, bring forth your best journey, set sail on the back of a whale, I will sing you back. Come back, you are not done. Listen to my love song, it's here where you belong. And the return. And so the child came back Oh, she came back star-laden, embravened, painted with the holy raven's connection. She found her way through that thickening haze. She didn't choke, but let the croak of frogs cleanse her clear. She walked and talked and ran and sang, and she was free, child of all time. Welcome. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. And the release. And the child swayed under the gaze of a swaying palm. And she lifted her voice and released her love charms, which carried in song, reached where they belonged. She sung the songs of liberation and divination, and she whispered wonders on the breeze. Child of all time, welcome, welcome, welcome. And as we allow that moment of welcome of our journey of reconnection, connection to the stars and the earth and the grandmothers, and to that tender place in front of us, that tender space within us, that place that needs nurture, that tiny place in us that feels afraid at times, that large place in us that feels afraid at times, the missions that we have. So as we call upon the grandmothers and grandmother's song to help with this healing, so I'm going to blow a soul sound into you, child. I'm going to blow a soul sound into your soul. I'm going to weave the words that I've been told, speak them soft and speak them bold. Unify and rectify the lost parts of your heart. I'm going to sing your soul song and bring you home and remind you that in your darkness, you are loved. In your grief, you are loved. In your aloneness, you are loved. In your silence, you are loved. And in your seeking, you are loved. My grandmothers and her grandmothers and her grandmothers before wrap you in a shawl of song and story, reflecting back the glory of all that you are. We sing from the moon. We sing from the stars. We sing healing to men. We sing healing to mend all your wounds and your scars. I'm going to blow a soul sound into your soul. I'm going to weave the words that I've been told. Speak them soft and speak them bold. Unify and rectify the lost parts of your heart. This love will carry. This love will carry you. Oh, this love, this love, this love will carry you home. Just allow yourself to take a beautiful deep breath in, a breath of the understanding that we are all the ages that we have ever been, that there is no separation. And I'd like us to take this moment to really honor our physical body right now. Really take that time. You know, when I work with the elders, when they are dying, when I help them cross that rainbow bridge, when I sing them over, One of the things that allows for an unpeaceful death, if you like, a more difficult transition to be welcomed on the other shore, is the fact that the body itself has not been appreciated for what it has given us either. So yes, we are spirit, but we are body too. And we are earth, we are stars. So I invite you now to just take that moment to really connect with your hands right now. And just if you choose to have your eyes open or closed, that is absolutely up to you. But maybe think about a moment of blessing your hands with me. So I would go with you and I would say, bless these beautiful hands, these beautiful, incredible, amazing hands. These hands that have allowed you to stroke your pets, to hold your hands, to cherish your love. Across that rainbow bridge, when I sing them over, to stroke, to caress, to draw, to paint, to cook, to plant seeds in the garden, to cherish, to hold. These incredible hands that have given you so much. And then maybe we could think about going down to our feet. Bless your beautiful feet, your life, the ability to see your loved ones, to travel, to feel the sea, the waves, to feel the soft grass beneath your feet, to feel so much joy and strength as you ran and jumped and danced, whatever age you were. Bless these beautiful, incredible feet of yours. And then we'll come to your mind. Bless your beautiful mind. Your mind that has shared so much, your mind that knows so much, that has read, that has understood, that has constantly found solutions to problems, the mind that has been generous with what it has known, the mind that is precious, precious with the knowledge it knows. Bless this incredible, expansive, beautiful mind. And then we'll come to the heart, your heart. Bless your beautiful heart. Your heart that knows so much, that has felt so much, that has hurt so much, that has loved so deeply, that has allowed the joys to blow through and the grief to blow through, that has known loss and love together. This heart that has beaten strongly with the understanding of unity, and the understanding of beauty, and the understanding of truth and trust and compassion and hope and faith. Bless this beautiful heart that beats with the understanding of unity, and the understanding of, and for others, never ever to stop beating. Bless this beautiful drum of your heart as we remember we are one. This time, take a beautiful breath in from the heart and out through the heart. And just allow that breath of gratitude back to all the generations, 7 generations back, those who were not welcomed, 7 generations forward, those who may not as yet be welcomed. And part of this kind of sacred work for me, an understanding that the young understand this, you know, that as we grow age upon age, upon age, upon age, upon age, we don't suddenly become an older person, but we don't also suddenly become a different person. Because we're like a tree, you know, we're just constantly growing up. And maybe perhaps as a society, if we could understand that and start to value all of the ages. I've written several books on care, and I've made over 50 films on dignity and care, compassion, and many other subjects. And I wanted to share this with you today. I teach about not only dignity, so my songs and the other things that I write are about how do we find personal dignity and the dignity of everyone. but also the films that are working with communication. How do we communicate with those that cannot communicate? How can we become a voice? Not only for me with my shamanic work, how can we become a voice for the earth? How can we represent that? But how can we be a voice for those that are frail and those that need tending to? And we've lost it, we know, well, it's certainly in the West, we've lost that understanding of connection and embracing all ages. And I'm going to share something from my book, The Heart of Care, and see what you think. So this is where I train doctors and nurses around the world on compassionate care. So in my training sessions and workshops, I like to retell the story of an American doctor, Paul Ruskin, who was giving a lecture to graduate nurses on the psychological aspects of aging. He told them, the patient neither speaks nor comprehends the spoken word. Sometimes she babbles incoherently for hours on end. She is disorientated about person, place, and time. She does, however, respond to her own name. So I have worked with her for the past 6 months, but she still shows complete disregard for her physical appearance and makes no effort to assist in her own care. She must be fed, bathed, and clothed by others. And because she has no teeth, her food must be pureed. Her shirt is usually soiled from almost incessant drooling. She does not walk. Her sleep pattern is erratic. Often she wakes in the middle of the night and her screaming awakens others. Most of the time she is friendly and happy, but several times a day she gets quite agitated without apparent cause, and then she wails until someone comes to comfort her. So I ask how the nurses would feel about taking care of such a patient, and they use such words as frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and annoyed. And when I said that I enjoyed it and thought that they would too, the class looked at me in disbelief. And then I passed around a picture of the patient, my 6-month-old daughter. So why is it so much more difficult to care for a 90-year-old than a 6-month-old with identical symptoms? A helpless baby weigh 15 pounds and a helpless adult 100. But the answer goes deeper than this. The infant represents new life, hope, and almost infinite potential. The aged patient represents the end of life with little chance for growth in some aspects. We need to change our perspective. Those who are ending their lives in the helplessness of old age deserve the same care and attention as those who are beginning their lives in the helplessness of infancy. And that's the concept of how do we welcome each other throughout all the ages that we are, without prejudice. How can we truly appreciate our growth as a society when everybody is welcomed? They're welcome to the sacred fire. And I know that so many of you here know this deeply in your soul and practice this. But in the UK, we have a long, long, long way to go. And that's part of the mission that I'm hoping I will continue to work with. And the other aspect of work that I wanted to share with you all is waves of peace. So for many, many years now, I have been singing to the sea. And singing that I believe, singing to the waters is so important because for me, as many of you know, water holds memory and water holds intention. And I know that, Chief Phil Lane and various other people that I've now managed to connect with have this very strongly. So in the UK, so from a little girl, I used to go and sing to the waters in Scotland and in Arran and in the Goatfell and up in the mountains in the lochs. And I would be transfixed by the water. I couldn't leave, and I would just sing and sing and sing and sing and sing. And then when I came off the mountain, it was like I ran down the mountain. I didn't need shoes. I was just like I just ran down. I can't even believe how I got to the bottom of the mountain. So the part of me that feels this deep connection with the water. So I've started to set up something called Waves of Peace, which means that I gather large groups of people in the UK to come and sing with me to the waters, to take ceremony, to be in connection with water, to, if you like, without physically putting our message in a bottle, because we don't want to add any more pollution to the oceans as it is, but to sort of euphemistically sing to the water the peace that we want to see in this world. And when we sing waves of peace to the waves of the ocean or the river or the stream, or even I encourage people to sing to their bath water, when we're sitting in the bath or the shower, let the water know that we want peace, that we are calling for peace, that we are knowing that peace is possible. Let the water carry that, whether it's evaporating that message as rain and bringing that down onto the earth, or whether it's the oceans that bring that back to us again and again and again and again. And for me, I had 200 people on the solstice in Worthing Beach, all ages, really beautiful. And they're starting to understand the connection to the waters in ourselves and the waters there. So again, as you know, with the Professor Emoto, what he was saying, the words that have the most beautiful effect with the crystals is love, peace, and gratitude. So all of us, perhaps we could consider speaking to our own waters in ourselves, love, peace, and gratitude. Some of you on here today will be doing the peace games that I'm doing as well, and recognizing how important that adjustment of peace can come and flow through our own waters, the waters of our birth, the waters of ourselves, in our cells as well. And what I'd like to invite you all to do is the next time that you are at any piece of water is to sing peace. There's something about the magic of song. I've had this vision since a child of seeing every beach around the world with everybody drumming and everybody singing. And it's been strong since I was 6 years old. And also, I had a vision of, again, from that same age, that me as a child would sing to the President of the United States and he would stop all wars. So, get me on the plane, I'll come over. But there is something inherent that we know within us, that the intention of sacred song and community, it's not just one child singing, we're all children of the universe singing. But I would say, if you can, and if anybody wants to work with me and collaborate in some way, I'm really open to doing that. And perhaps just before I close now, I'd just like to sing one of the songs that I sing to the waves, to the ocean. And if you want to go on my website, I think it's amandawaring.com, and we'll show the different things that I do. But maybe we could just take this last moment together to just feel that moment of peace within us. And I would sing, may there be peace in the east and peace in the west. May there be peace in the north and peace in the south. May there be peace without and peace within. As our journey of peace begins, may there be love in the east and love in the west. May there be love in the north and love in the south. May there be love without and love within. in as our journey of love begins, as our journey of peace it brings, as our journey of light it sings. Thank you so, so much for your beautiful presence today. And Shonda, thank you so much for giving me the space to share a little bit of the work that I do as well. Many blessings.
Amanda, you are such a beautiful energetic being. And thank you so much for gracing us with your presence today. And let's go back to gallery view and let's find our next presenter, my sister, Lynn Brody. Come on in, Lynn, you're next. I believe we've corrected the mic problem. Everyone should be able to work their mics now. There you are.
Thank you. Hello. Well, that was amazing, Amanda. Thank you so much. It's prepared my sort of presentation with beauty and peace and grace, and I'm just so grateful for you coming before me, as my subject is not as light and flowing and wonderful as yours, but I'm hoping it will help people. So thank you, Amanda. And thank you, Gail, to that lovely fire ceremony and the wonderful drums, because the drums were so sacred and takes us back thousands of years. So thank you for that. And this evening, I chose a subject that I deal with. I'll just give you a bit of background to me. I do voluntary counselling. I've done this since COVID for a healing sanctuary. Harriet was healing sanctuary. That during that time they couldn't cope with the amount of grief that people were feeling especially after they'd had a spiritual healing, because of course any amount of healing shifts the energy in the body and then it's toxins. So if somebody's just not coping, you know, they almost need a bit more help, and that's what I did. And they would give a donation to the sanctuary instead of me charging them. So that was a lovely opportunity for me, because I found that I am able to connect with them more on a different level. And I didn't always say that to them unless I felt that I was okay, and usually that was very sound. And besides this, I also work for a bereavement charity, which was face-to-face in people's houses, giving them an hour a week to understand grief and what it was doing to them. And of course, because of COVID, we couldn't see them. And fortunately, I had trained to do the telephone training, which we couldn't do unless we'd gone through the course. And I'd only done that the August before COVID, so that was very lucky. And so I was doing that as well. And grief is a fascinating subject. I mean, it's not one to feel heavy with, because it's all part of our own lives. It's part of being, and it's the gracious way we can help people who are going through grief, but also experience how much grief opens our heart. It's probably a totally different way in the way we open up. We suffer, so we feel more compassion and more love for other people, because our heart holds so much of these emotions we haven't dealt with from a child right the way through to adulthood, and when we leave the earth as well. It's all part of our karma that we came in with, and the issues we have to deal with, whether we think it's karma and it often is, and we get the serendipity of coming across a situation you think, what's that about? And then there's all these coincidences amongst people. It's fascinating. So, before I start talking about grief, I wanted to try and lift the coming atmosphere that may embrace you. the good part about this subject is that as I talk, some of it may be difficult, but it will help you to connect with something that may come up in your body. And often the emotion of something will be sitting in your body somewhere. And thinking of Amanda's music just now reminded me about how you can almost connect with your body and that pain and connect with the feeling of it and just ask for it to be released. And in fact, you know, with sound healing now, you can even naturally let yourself form a sound as you connect with that part of the body. And if you do it for enough minutes, it can clear. And it's an amazing thing how we can self-heal. And that's my main passion in life, self-healing and looking after our health, so that we empower ourselves and can help other people, because we're on this earth, you know, and we're lucky to be alive, and we're lucky that we can give service to others. So that's why I started doing the grief counselling as well, because I was aware that you know, it's just I mean, that was 12 years ago, and since then the world has not been very friendly. It's been very materialistic and selfish, and the caring I remember as a child, well, it seems to have sort of reduced so much over the years, and well, over the decades, being my age I am. And so yes, it's something I enjoy. It is difficult, you know, because, you know, we all, as everybody listening to this today, we will all have grief, whether we've lost a child or a dog or a person, an aunt, a grandmother, a mother, a parent, you know, any parent or siblings, or just lost a situation as a child. You know, somebody might have had a horse and somebody took the horse and you never saw the horse again, so and you never recover from that. So there's, you know, there's so many facets of grief. So I want to just talk about, you know, we're talking about people, but we're also talking about animals, and how the grief comes to us when we see animals suffering. And that's because we are all so connected. We are all one energy on this planet and going out into the universe, and there's no ending to it. And so whatever suffers that lives, it does touch our heart. So anything, any loss, any misunderstanding with a friend, you know, that's a loss, that's a grief. I always relate to losing people close to you for no reason, where people get on a train in Cornwall and they stay on the train, or say I get on the train then, and go right to the top of Scotland, and then somebody will get on and stay for a few stations to Bristol, and they will get off for no reason, and you know, it's dealing with the loss of that friend, and then they may appear again in Birmingham. They may come back again, but it's, instead of thinking what you've lost, it's a case of thinking, well, they've gone their way and I'm renewing my way. So that's a kind of loss. And the so we've got animals and we've got relationships, and we've also got nature, of course. We've got the trees. Now, when a tree is cut down, I don't know about you, but I feel as if one of my limbs is being cut down, because, you know, as I said earlier, we're all one connection, and it's beautiful and it's sacred. And it, you know, it sort of comes into your heart in a in a grief for that tree. We had an incident here a little while ago where a couple of I think it was a young man and an older man, they cut a tree down in Northumberland, right next to Hadrian's Wall, that is the borderline of Scotland and England. And they cut the sycamore tree where people got married under it, and all sort of congregated under it. And the grief that hit that village was amazing, and it made headlines all over the world. And so it should, because trees are just so special. You know, I can't underestimate that at all, really. But coming back to trees, I when I'm dealing with helping people to get through their grief, I recommend that they go into nature, because nature is very healing. And just to sit against a tree with your back to the tree and feel the energy and the strength and the healing is amazing. And remembering what Amanda was talking about, the sea, reminded me that I also get people to stand on the beach and watch the waves of the ocean and watch the waves go out, and taking any grief that doesn't serve us, we're on the waves and bringing new life in as the waves come onto the shore. And that's quite powerful. And I've had several good feedbacks about that. So it's well worth trying if you are feeling any grief, or if you know anybody who is going through grief and you don't know how to help them. It's very important to relate in a soft, compassionate way with people who are going through grief, because their nerves are shattered normally. And with grief, I try to find out what the clients are going through, but also I gradually find out what else they've been through, because I call it a cumulative grief. If they've been through things before, young age or young adult age, they don't ever recover if they've never been allowed to recover from it, or they've never had help with it. And I'm reminded of an old lady I saw. She was my first client, and I was feeling, because I'm very lucky that I can do that. I feel things from them. I just knew there was something else there, and she was in the war, a secret mission, and there was a ship that went down going to Canada. This is the Second World War. And she knew she had 6 really close friends on there, and she wasn't allowed to talk about it. But she kept saying to me as well that she, had a secret that she couldn't tell anybody, because I was talking to her and saying it's important that you talk about anything to do with grief that you're carrying. And eventually I said, look, I've signed the Secrets Act, the Official Secrets Acts twice. And as she knew that it was confidential anyway, what I did with her, nobody else would know. Eventually she told me that these 6 friends died on this ship, and she couldn't even tell her husband who'd passed. And that was why I was with her in her home every week for an hour. And it was amazing how, the reason I'm telling you this, how her face lit up and changed, and she looked 10 years younger, because she had released that from her heart. And that's why it's so important to help people. Even if you find it difficult, you can always afterwards go and, if you're with somebody and then you later on you nurture yourself, it balances your own anything you're holding yourself, which is usually the case. If we're caring people, we've usually had difficult lives, so it goes without saying. So I've chosen. I'll just read what I've written today. I started off saying I have chosen to talk about grief today, as it is a subject much more prevalent in today's world. Grief is such a huge subject that I will cover only a few aspects. This serves as a reminder to acknowledge personal grief, but also others who may still be trying to move through grief. It may also assist individual healing as I cover this very powerful subject. Grief never completely disappears, but can and should diminish over time with the correct acknowledgement, acceptance, and forgiveness of the deceased. Grief can also be from existing in a family situation where there was very little love or no love at all. I'm mainly covering grief inflicted by general loss or a loved one or collective death situation today. Some of you here may already know aspects I mentioned, but it is good to have reminders for reflection in this troubled world right now. When someone you love dies, often the pain of loss is overwhelming. The stages experienced in grief can start with shock, then go on to denial, followed by acceptance, then anger and guilt, followed by profound sadness. And these reactions can come and go like a wave throughout someone's life. You know, you only have to hear a song, they may be okay-ish on a level line, and then a song will throw them straight down again. So it is a very difficult experience to endure. And this varies according to what the bereaved person has experienced before in their lives, which I've just mentioned. And, you know, for instance, personal loss earlier in life, such as losing a pet animal when young, can affect their coping ability later in life. They don't even know it's affecting them until somebody, you know, works with them to realize, and then they can release that and understanding. A lot of it's understanding why you feel like that, because you cannot find an answer if it's buried deep in the subconscious. So yes, it's losing a pet sometimes can cause much deeper grief, because pets give us such unconditional love, which we then hold in our heart, and that's why we miss them so much. Whereas humans are rarely that unconditional towards each other because of the way we're made in our physical body. Complicated grief in a family can occur if a family is already fractured and unsupportive of each other. It can be very isolating. Individuals grieve differently, and this can cause further problems in itself. Showing love and compassion to each other in a family following a death of a family member can lighten the load for everyone as they start to feel the vibration of love instead of fear of one another. Grief hangs across the planet in time immemorial, referred to as generational trauma, continues bringing feelings of shame, helplessness, and low self-esteem. I refer especially to the gentle land and spiritual Indigenous people who honour the earth, look after Earth's wonderful nature, and how they have had to fight for recognition. During centuries of caring for the planet, naturally, they have had their peaceful, gentle living destroyed by plunderers, personal greed, and savagery to take over such commodities as oil on Indigenous land. I refer specifically to the American tribes as an example. The bereavement from destruction and their grief that followed never dies, as it is passed down and felt by following generations, especially in their hearts. A new film called Pillars of the Flower Moon, which some of you may have seen already, covers such a story. I'm really pleased that they have received 9 nominations for the upcoming BAFTA Awards, as this will add credence to this true account and draw attention all over the world to this dreadful act. To help our world live more in peace, more awareness and responsibility of what has gone before will hopefully be able to help acknowledge this current generational grief and heal the world. Likewise, in Australia, we listen and watch as Australians are still today rejecting proposals to rescue Aboriginals in Constitution. This despite the way they were treated so badly by, well, I hate to say it, by our British people who went out to Australia as convicts, and their children, it's known that the children of the convicts grew up hating the Aborigines because they were scared of them, and they treated them in an abominable way. And you know, it's very sad that they're still not being recognized properly, but I'm hoping as our world changes into a better, comfortable, peace maker, that all these things will hopefully be corrected. And especially with Anne and Tex's mission they were talking about just now. I mean, there's a lot of work going on at the moment across the planet, thank goodness, and hopefully that will be one of the things that change again next year when the appeal goes through for these wonderful Aborigines that are just such beautiful souls. As it is well known now, we are all connected by way of vibrational energy across the planet. We are all one energy, and every emotional particle affects us. You know, our cells are all connected with the cells of all the people on the earth, all the trees, all the plants, all the fish in the ocean, the sea life. We're all one wonderful energy. So, you know, to heal the world of this lingering energy which does not serve anyone well, we all need to be on the same wavelength of awareness and loving intention towards each other. Love heals grief, animals, and all nature. And thinking of animals, actually, I was just thinking of, I went back to a time in 2000 when we had foot and mouth in this country, and the devastation of these poor farmers having to put down their animals, and they were attached to them. Some of them knew the names of the cows, you know, they'd given them names. And the grief was felt by farmers, but also surrounding communities, because there's no limit to how far the waves of grief go out to people. And that I remember being particularly difficult in this country. So just as I have referred to connections with others' grief, I think many learnt about this during COVID, because the world grief could not be ignored or avoided. That feeling where one does not wish to feel such grief of other lands just does not go away. It starts in the mind, but then you feel it in the heart, from which, well, we can all send love to all those affected. And I feel COVID came to create this situation where people had to connect with their hearts and cope with the grief, which they hadn't felt. I think they were too busy living, you know, dare I say it, quite a superficial life, and were not really connecting with each other on that level. And what a waste, really, of wonderful love that you can give to each other, instead of being competitive and often argumentative and aggressive with each other about something that really doesn't matter in the end. So I think, you know, I know people have lost people, and I apologize if there's anybody has gone through a lot, but I think COVID has helped the world. It's changed the consciousness of everywhere through the world, and will bring hopeful light and love to the planet through the human consciousness as well. In the same way as war that is taking place in at least 32 countries now, you've also got terrorism, which, you know, has a huge effect on the human race. Just, it may be in one country, but it felt all over the world, because the most difficult grief to cope with is sudden and traumatic death, because of the impact on, individuals. And it's often underestimated what people go through on all levels in that situation. We feel the grief that ensues during and after events, which we cannot do anything about, and that's where it's stuck. And injury as well. People who are injured, soldiers in war zones, and even individuals who are injured with permanent injury, they are grieving their dreams. They are grieving the fact they can't do what they imagined they would do probably in 20 years. So that's another form of grief, that unless people go through an injury, they often don't understand what that person's going through if they, all seem cheerful and they're not cheerful at home. So, these are all things that we need to be more aware of, I think, in this time. And I mean, loss of a child is right up there as well on the top of the list, whether it be at birth or a child going missing and sometimes resulting in murder. I mean, I know some of this is a bit heavy for everyone, but we still need to remember, people are going through this, and help them with the love. And I'm now going to read the Ho'oponopono poem to help with grief. Some of you will already know this Hawaiian poem, and it's to help you release and forgive anything, either before the person is leaving the earth that you've loved so much, which is pre-bereavement. That's just as difficult as bereavement afterwards. So it starts, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. It is about taking responsibility for everything that affects your state of being. It's the art of acceptance, forgiveness, and cleansing of the energies that you attract into your life. So the first line is, I'm sorry. When you say I'm sorry, you are recognizing and accepting responsibility for the actions, thoughts, and emotions that have caused conflict to manifest in your reality. The second line is, please forgive me. The words, please forgive me, are said as a request to make amends with higher self and the universe alike. Thank you is the third line. Thank you is the opportunity to show gratitude to your higher self as well as the universe for allowing your negative thoughts, actions, and emotions to be cleared. I love you is the last line. I love you can be emitted out to the universe, God, source, energy, who or whatever you prefer to relate to, as a form of gratitude. When you use these words in this way, you are saying, I love you for allowing me this earth experience. So I'll just repeat the 4 lines. I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. It can be useful to let go of people who we wish had not treated us in the way we did, because we are all on a journey together and it is our perception. And sometimes when you look back, you think, yes, it was painful, but that has taught me to do other things that benefit myself and other people more. So matters I have covered today may well have brought up issues for some of you listening. It benefits us, however, when this happens, to embrace those feelings and connect with what they are, and forgive anyone you may still hold unforgiving thoughts towards. Emotions such as anger, regret, blame, judgment of the deceased sit in the body and can have adverse effects on one's physical self. And that's really important to remember. So if nothing else, if you want to stay without being ill on this amazing earth of ours, then just forgive anything that doesn't serve you, because you're not that person now, you're this person today. And so I hope that you can remember the importance of that at this time, for us to recognize grief in our bodies, release it, and be able to be more peaceful in ourselves and bring peace to our gracious, forgiving, sacred planet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Such important, valuable information. Thank you for bringing that to us. And I would like to introduce our next presenter, Ursula Haas. And I believe, Ursula, did you not want us to play the Kogi film?
Yes, I'm thinking it'd be a good idea to have a 5-minute shuffle, in case someone needs to get some water, or just to move around a bit after these
Okay.
wonderful presentations we've had.
Okay, much good idea. Very good.
And then after
So,
that, I'd like to begin with that.
okay,
video.
5-minute break, you guys. Nice to see new people in here. Hi, Mike. There's Mike with Sea Guild. I'm still trying to call him the Firefly over there. Just realized it's an AI. Oh, Claudia's in the room too. Welcome, Claudia. Carol Sue. What is that, Carol? Let's spotlight Carol. She's trying to show us something.
Yes, I always keep this with my 13 life principles. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I truly love you.
Uh-huh.
That's nice.
Ho'oponopono with a twist. Very good. Thanks, Carol.
Yes. So I wanted to thank Lynn. That was part of my thanking Lynn.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Ho'oponopono with a
Kelsey.
twist.
I'm just scratching my
Thanks,
lips.
Carol Sue.
Sorry.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Kelsey.
Claudia. It's nice to see you in here. So,
Nice to see you
Ursula,
everyone. Thank you.
wonderful so much. So thank you. This is our 38th anniversary. It's our birthday party. Hey. Ursula, baby, you ready to go? Whenever you're ready, let me know. I have that queued up in the background for you. Check your microphone, baby.
Can you take me off co-host, because I can't get my screen to work properly, and I'm
Okay.
kind of
Fine. I'll just bust you down to being normal then.
that's the way I
Okay.
live every day, so I'm used to it. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we do not lock mics in this room. Please remember when the presenters start to make sure your mics are off so we don't get background noise. Ursula, you ready to go, dear?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking Amanda and Jelche might want to come back, so I'll wait a couple of
Oh,
minutes.
Amanda's not back. Very good
Yeah.
cue. Thanks for catching that, baby. We'll wait for her.
I mean, isn't it wonderful? Shonda, 30 years.
38 years, dear, I know.
Yeah, you've been promoting people.
1986. Wow.
You've been promoting people to bring what they love with them and to share it with others. And you've done it tirelessly for all these years. So congratulations, and we're all here to celebrate together, aren't we?
Yes, thank you, dear. And I don't know if it was so tireless. I don't know if tireless is a good word to describe it, because it has been a journey, but it's been a blessing as well. So,
Yeah.
but anyway, Betty, you ready to go? Let's bring you into the spotlight. And do you want to introduce yourself and then go to the film, or how do you want to do this, Ursula?
Yes, so I introduced myself earlier. So what I'm going to do here now is speak about our response, perhaps from the planetary platform of our lives, to what we're going to watch in a minute, should you want to take it up. So we're now going to watch the video that the Kogi Indians asked to have transmitted into the world to show the reality of our situation on this planet now, which is very different to what it was even a year ago. And so, yes, Shonda, whenever you're ready then.
I'm gonna buffer a little bit, guys. Y'all be patient.
I am the mother. I am in the heart of the universe. Throughout all of time, I've never suffered from such heat or exhaustion. I have endured for the last 1,000 years.
Okay, guys, I've got too much buffering. Claudia, can you play that for me really quick? Or who's got that nearby? I'll drop the link in the chat. Let's see if somebody else can play that.
Yeah, I can play it if you just drop the link.
Yeah, hang on, Claudia.
I've got good connection.
Oh,
It
thank you,
is
Claudia.
it's the fountain.earth/mother. Oh, there comes John. Hilarious. Well, let's just freaking John Raymer just showed up. John, I was trying to play the Kogi film and I'm buffering too much. Can you play it for us really quick, please, sir?
Sure. That's why I came.
I know. See, he just reads our mind all over the place. Thank you, Claudia. John, I know John's got it pulled right there. Let him do it for us.
Okay, I've got it already if he doesn't.
It doesn't matter who's got it.
Michael Coles has it going too.
John's got it. There we go.
I am the mother. I am in the heart of the universe. Throughout all of time, I have never suffered from such heat or exhaustion. I have endured for the last 1,000 years. Since that time, my natural connection points, my rivers, reservoirs, and internal waterways across all continents have been obstructed and are full of pollution. I cannot cleanse or recuperate. In December of 2023, I will start to rise and move and turn, sending this message out to all my children around the world. The storms, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, and the rise of the ocean will come. If the governments, the sultans, the princes, presidents, and kings of the world do not listen and act, in 2 years' time, only 30% of the earth will remain. I am the mother. I have always endured despite arrows being put in my eyes and in my body. I am not seeking to defend myself. I remain calm. But now I must recuperate. There are 2 ways for me to heal. The first, I could take the law of nature into my own hands. This way I will go in search of my medicine so I can cure my body, heal my energies, and all that I'm suffering from. There will be great changes upon the earth. You will feel me recovering. You will feel me moving. I will not do this to cause harm to you. It will mean I am recuperating my body. Or the second way, all my children will make the healing happen for me, so I will not need to do it myself. I will put my older children in charge of my recovery. They will go and search for my medicines, for my cure, so I can be healed and recuperate with their help. You, my children, must all be united and deliver what is needed for your older brothers so they can do the healing where I have been injured by you, my younger ones. Each one of the rulers of the world, of the governments of the world, must say, yes, mother, I will stand with you. I will give my help to where you have been injured. I, your mother, have given you everything. When these changes start to happen, we will see whether you listen and act, or whether I myself will have to do what I must to recover the balance on Earth. If in just 6 months from now, by June 2024, you say, yes, we will provide what is needed, then my oldest children will be able to help cure my body. If this message is ignored, I will take the law of nature into my own hands, 1.5 years from that date. This is the message that the Mother has given, she who is in the heart of the world.
Thank you for presenting that. And so picking it up from what we've just watched and witnessed, put together in such a sensitive and yet stark way, the message that I'd like to put across today is our twin destiny with the Great Mother has not changed. And yet, at the moment, it's clear that it's not growing from our lives to her in a way that is actually regenerative and actual for the Great Mother's continuance with the relationship she has with every single life she's given birth to. And so what I'm trying to get to is that this is calling for a kind of fidelity. That was the word that came to my mind. Fidelity, another word for which is faithfulness. Because I know, having been born on this planet, we've all got occasions in our lives when we have felt the love of loyalty that someone has given to us. And it begins at birth. So looking at how wherever you're born, everything is provided. And even if it is a child is born in the middle of Africa, somewhere in a mud hut or in a tower block, the truth is we take our first breath. And that first breath has been given to us. The air never is unfaithful. Sounds a bit odd, but it's always there for us till the last breath that we take. So the direction I'm going in is not so much at what humans have created, man-made stuff, but really looking at the creation logic, that when you look around you when you're a child and you see the flowers and you see the trees and the little ones crawling on the ground, none of that is man-made. And all of it, if we observe, and when we do, you know, the joy of it, seeing something run so fast in front of you when you're young, like an ant, which I remember well, having been brought up in a woodland. The miracle of movement, and to realize that that never stops for us either, the ability to be able to move. So what I'm getting at is like you start to see the comparison with all the little people and all the plants and animals around us, that everything is connected to its source. The daffodil, rooted to its seed, receives the water and the soil, and it's able to push through. And isn't it extraordinary that sometimes you can see these plants and they've come through, I don't know what the journey could have been like for them, but they've come through the cracks on the road, or, covered in asphalt, covered in stones. And yet, whatever that energy is to see the light, to come out into the light, the effort it must take for that little seed to become not just a stem, but also a bud and a flower. So what I'm saying is we can see that all around us, that the seed becomes the stem and becomes the flower, and it blooms and then goes back into the earth. Perhaps it's a very simple image and, we take it for granted. But I think it's worth sometimes to pause a minute to see that picture, that everything is coded inside that seed, whatever it is, that seed of life. And we eventually see its manifestation in its bloom, or even in its dying, because it didn't make it. But the point I'm making is that everything was already there, even though we couldn't see it. It's invisible to us, the coding that lives in that seed, and it may be loads of feet underground, but we know it's true because of it's what it becomes. So what I'm getting at is that this higher intelligence, you know, in the universe, call it the source, call it the first God that created the universe and then created humans, that source is such a high intelligence that it's created all these systems at play where every life is coded to be what it's meant to be. And that means there's a freedom that we can know when we're 3 or 4 and we try to walk, that we're meant to be able to walk. We're meant to be able to sing, to create art, to write music, to write anything, poetry, a book. And the thing about these days we're living in now, where the faithfulness to making the choices that are aligned more with the way of nature. In other words, a tree's growth is gradual. Okay, a daffodil may only take 3 weeks, 4 weeks from seed to shoot. And isn't that true of most of our intentions? Some are very short term and they come to fruition early. But the tree can tell you that, you know, we have to establish some ways of our lives, some qualities and values in our life that need to be repeated year after year after year until they get rooted in us. And someone can look and say, oh, gosh, that person's a really good teacher, or that person's a really good nurse, or a brilliant doctor, or whatever it is that one has taken up in this life that we are. And for some people, it takes them 9 years of training. For other people, it may only take 2 years. And what I'm saying is, so we're following in the way of an intelligent process, because we can choose what we may become. And that's the message I'm getting from the Great Mother, is that we've made the wrong choices, and it's obvious. But as long as we have breath, as long as our soul is still able to orchestrate our lives so that our intentions can be fulfilled, then it's like we're still living with the impulse which comes from the higher life, which sometimes we call the sun. So the fire and the flame of the sun's rays gives life to everything. And the Great Mother supports the lives that have been given life. And that means we are never not supported. So I'd like to continue with that idea of the tree of life, because it seems to me, when I'm considering the Great Mother, and the message is she needs to regenerate. And isn't it the same message to us? That we need to find a new alignment in ourselves, to go back, as has been said so often by Chief Phil and the Indigenous brothers and sisters. We need to look at the creation logic. How do things actually work? As above, so below, we say, don't we? And even in the stories that we've been telling for thousands of years, and especially the one about the tree of life, sometimes it seems to me it's been forgotten what that tree of life symbolizes, because it was said, do not eat of the fruit of the tree of life. And yet we did as humans. And that means we are now supported, but not supported against a false culture, like in a Petri dish, that somebody created, you know, an ecology, a mold, a jelly in which you can grow all sorts of weird things or wonderful things, but it's man-made on the outside. And most of the time, what I'm getting at is that my impression from the Great Mother is that tree of life is our connection to her and our connection to the Great Father, the great rays of light and warmth and heat and growth possibility. That's the tree of life that we're meant to be connecting to. That's the impulses we need to follow, because that sustenance is there naturally. I know we've made a mess of it, but what I'm getting at is that we've made a mess of it because the alignment went wrong. The alignment has been for self-gain and self-pleasure. Yeah, and really identity formation, which I know in many different teachings of wisdom and even religion, it's been said your life is like a cloak, your body is like an overcoat, and it will be shed. And everything physical that you think you cherish and you believe you cherish, all those physical things that mean so much within an identity cloak, none of it is a return to the Great Mother or the Great Father. So there's, again, it's a man-made value. And most of the time, it's a fantasy. And when you think of the Garden of Eden and that tree of life, the first humans were as they were meant to be. Nothing fake about them, just the physical as it's meant to be. Everything working as it's meant to be, just as it is millions of years later when we're born. Everything is as it's meant to be. But then we develop these psychologies, which is self-gain. And I'm seeing that really is a different kind of destiny to the twin destiny that we were all born to fulfill, to develop a life with all the skills that we've been given and the abilities. So, you know, when you look around as a child and you see, God, there's a man there, there's a woman there, and you get the names for it, and suddenly you twig it's two different sources of life. They're not exactly the same. The way and style is not exactly the same. Surely that must mean something. Surely that can be explored. What does it mean to be female, a woman, a lady? What does it mean to be a man with all men, a male, a gentleman? You know, does it actually mean something specific at every level of life? The male, the gentleman, all men. You know, how do we then all work? And I know we all know that it is different. And yet some people will not accept that, you know, I have friends who are in the army, and yes, in the Israeli army, and the women were accepted in the army eventually. And a couple of them were really super enthusiastic. Well, I mean, I can do what the men can do. You know, all I have to do is train. And sure enough, they did. They trained. But you know what? Most of them, when they took those packs on their back to go running with the men, when they had to take the long distance with their breathing from the lungs, their lungs were so exhausted. Even their bones, the doctors could say, were in trouble if they tried to keep up with the men who were their companions. So the women are just not built the same way. And we know, don't we, with the runners, the great runners in the world, in the Olympic runners, most women come nowhere near. I mean, the women at the top who run as well as they can don't quite make it to the same speed as a man. There just isn't the same capacity. And yet somehow we find it acceptable because we want to compete. We want to be seen as number one. And even that idea of competition, where did it come from? Every time I watched, when I used to teach children, in early primary school, and I'd watch competitions that would be put in place, and my heart would sink because you'd have 10 children, boys and girls, and you knew only one of them could be seen to win. So straight away, all the other 9 would be feeling the disappointment that they didn't make it. Who said we had to compete against the clock? And I see that that's the kind of mindset that's a really barbaric mindset that's got to go, because again, it's against this idea of status and identity. And wherein has that got a place in nature? It doesn't. Some trees grow really tall, and some trees are very slim and short, and there's no argument. There's beauty in both. And sure, they have root systems that help each other. So what's wrong with us human having the same attitude that because we are human, our educational system doesn't need to be built on this identity, this cloak of identity that is like a ghost life of every single life that gets breathed into this planet, except for those who are sensitive and believe in the principle of do no harm and live and let live. So what I'm saying is there are good examples in history where life has existed before us, and many humans have been along this path and tried to illuminate the way ahead for us to say, go this way, follow nature, don't go the other way. Loads of books have been written, songs have been sung, stories have been told, and yet here we are with the Great Mother. So I am seeing that the journey ahead is so possible to realign ourselves, because the flood, like a tsunami that's coming in now from the universe, from creation, it's a new season for the Great Mother, and she's got to be fit and ready for that new influence that's coming in, rather like the influence of the sun that gave birth to all her life, gave warmth to all her life. We're going to get a creational influence that is even higher and more elevated. So the illumination doesn't come from our quest to become something. We align ourselves, like when you go dancing, you learn the steps, you align yourself to the rhythm, to the steps, and then you have a go. And everything in you can do it. It can do the dance of life. But it has to be that we want to be with the dance of life, because we are always supported, and it will never be any different as long as we choose to follow that path where nature shows us so clearly. If we stop and stare and wonder and take a breath every day to remember we are always loved, and it is an unconditional love that fulfills our needs, just like a mother, no matter what she's doing or what the family are doing. If her child needs something, she'll put aside everything else in order to fulfill that need. And it's our time now to help the Great Mother to fulfill her need, to align ourselves against what we know is the truth of life. Thank you for listening. I hope it helps.
Thank you so much, Ursula. Well, our next presenter is Tracy, but I've been trying to queue up Tracy in Messenger. Tracy's in Australia, so she's like 18 hours ahead of us. So it could be in the middle of the night. But so Tracy, can you hear us? I think she might have passed out on us. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna go ahead and have open conversation. Either that or what we can do is Rob here. Rob, do you want to go ahead and move early and we can just move everybody early? Rob was here. I don't know if he dropped off or not. Nope, he dropped off. No,
No,
there he
I'm
is.
here.
There you are.
I'm-
Rob, do you want to go ahead and go 30 minutes early?
Yeah, let me see if I can get my, am I, oh, I am,
Yes,
there I am,
yes.
all right.
There you are.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Rob Leeming. My alter ego, my humane presence is the Mad Monk. And I teach heavily meditated, and I've started my own ministry. I call it Free Will Ministry _AAH, because the place in which I teach is called the Apocalyptic Ashram Hawkshaven. And so the acronym creates So what I teach here is it's a model of transformation of individuals and of landscape. And so some of the things that for the landscape are introducing is the permaculture and recognizing how nature works naturally and it works locally for everyone everywhere. And when we start to recognize these principles that nature teaches us, we're able to step into a much more efficient way of living. And in efficiency, we find ease. And ease is the opposite of dis-ease and the opposite of stress. And so I had an experience 13 years ago on Father's Day. I was gifted a few moments of being outside of the body due to blood loss from an ulcer in my throat that had ruptured. And I was bleeding to death. And I finally got into the hospital, and there was a moment that I left, and I looked down upon this body like it was a worn out pair of boots I was ready to walk away from. But at 36, it shouldn't have been a worn out pair of boots, right? Because they can last for so much longer. And we can be living in health, happiness, peace, and abundance if we're not living in stress. And so I started recognizing after this experience that nothing that I had built, nothing that I had been doing truly mattered, even though it was making me money and I was experiencing all sorts of now looking back, it more resembles relationships, right? Because they weren't necessarily focused on the things that were of benefit and what matter. And so I was able to, I recognized that the only reason I wanted to be in this life experience was that my daughter was only 12 years old, and there were things that I had not yet taught her or expressed to her in a real way. We had done more of what was normal. And without floating back into my body or anything like that, I just opened my eyes. And then I was wheeled into surgery, and 3 days later I was released from the hospital, and I haven't been sick since. And I've been renewed in my mission of what I want to express to the world. And so in this last 13 years, I've retired from my plumbing business. And you can read a short bio if you type in Free Will, Yakima Herald. It'll come up on most any search engine. I was blessed with a biography they shared a few years ago, and that talks a little bit of my background in that. But in my new growth, I had to ask myself a lot of questions. I had to ask why I'm doing a lot of things the way I'm doing them, and are they working for me? Are they coming from soul, or are they coming from the programming from idols broadcasted over television programming to the masses that are supporting certain ways of being that have promoted control and stress and disease and famine and fire and flood and erosion and drought and homelessness and all of these problems that we're recognizing in the world that that most other species on this planet aren't suffering from, right? I asked the squirrel one time to pay some rent that lives on the property, and he told me to get bent. You know, he said, "Hey man, I dug my hole. I'm gonna collect my food here, and if you don't bother me, I won't bother you." And we've been living together for a long time now. But what this exploration has taken me into is recognizing the foundation of who we are and how we are in this world. And so when I was growing up, everybody called me Will, even though that wasn't what I wanted to be called. I wanted to be called Rob. But so when I joined the military and it was a whole new world, I was able to shift into Rob. But I realized it wasn't the Rob, it was the raw aspect of what it is to be a humane being. And that's what I want to project to the world. Am I just going to be human, or am I going to be humane? And so I got out of the military when I realized I wasn't supporting humane things. And I realized that to truly benefit others, I need to be doing so from the private sector or from a nonprofit entity aspect, you know. And so I've chosen my ministry. And it's an unincorporated ministry because I've chose to maintain a distinct separation of church and state. So that doesn't give me certain benefits, but it does give me others. So anyway, the four principles, the four foundations of what I realized to be humane and expressing ourselves into this world the way we want to be, are health. Because if I'm not able to have the energy and the ability to be in front of people wherever I need to be, I'm not as beneficial. Or if I can't demonstrate the permaculture and the yoga and meditation and just be that example, I found that examples provide a better inspiration than an expectation, right? So health, one of my foundations, and yoga brings us into that place of awareness, of union. You know, yoga is the yoke, a yoka, like our ability of connecting soul to mind and body. And so when we can master that connection of mind and body awareness in the right now moment, we're always moving in a direction that we can be consciously aware of that destination, right? We want to keep our feet moving and our actions moving in those places where we want to be. And my goal, and the title of my talk today, is the natural pathway to health, happiness, peace, and abundance for everyone, everywhere. And I know it sounds cool. I feel it's the highest goal of what I can achieve in my life if I'm successful. Will I be successful? I don't know. But it's my really strong belief that if a simple thought is heard out loud and shared by many, it can change the course of humanity. And humanity is really the only problem we have on the planet right now. You know, the animals would be doing fine without us. The environment would be doing fine without us. And although we have an amazing capacity of being creators and recreating a Garden of Eden for this whole planet, you know, I mean, because what we're suffering from is a dehydration epidemic. You know, if we look around, we have fire, flood, erosion, drought, famine, homelessness, right? And all of these things are a result from a dehydrated mind that isn't working quite to its capacity. And a dehydrated landscape, because our dehydrated mind is allowing erosion that happened thousands of years ago to persist. And so this is a multifaceted approach of what I'm working on, but it's actually all from the same roots. It's in a dehydration, and it's we've stepped away from natural for too long. We've allowed the imprints of society and a culture to dictate the direction of human potential and growth. So we've managed to grow an economy, but we haven't necessarily grown a healthy humanity. But and this is I have to have a belief in this, but I believe that when a healthy humanity is focused on, that a healthy economy becomes a side effect of that, and a healthy environment grows from around our awareness and our actions. Imagine we have 8 billion people on this planet, each giving their time to whatever level, to entertainment, to consumption, to the things that are normal, right? And unfortunately, we haven't yet been exploring our potential as creators. And I've recognized a lot of acronyms in my life, right? So to me, the I am of God, because I don't believe God is a person, place, or thing, but rather the creative force behind everything. And our mother is all of the elements that she makes present for us to be able to manifest our will into this space, right? And so the I am of God is my intentions and my actions to manifest growth, oneness, and a divine accordance with others. I know that's a couple extra words on an acronym, but the accordance with others, we have an AWO. And when we kind of get the recognition, recognizing that God is within each of us, the power of creating new things lies within you and I, that we say, ah. But then we all can also recognize that when we look at it a little bit deeper, we say, oh. So if I'm responsible for everything that I'm doing, and I have the power to create a new world, because I've created a new me. I have taken my awareness of now through the awareness of breath and grounding. I walk around barefoot quite often. So that brings you to an awareness of right now, because you always have to be aware of where you're stepping. I mean, it can be painful. It can be a painful experience if we walk with too much momentum or too much lack of consciousness, conscious awareness of what we're doing. So through barefooting and learning to breathe intentionally, breathing in through my nose, filling up the lower diaphragm first, because our upper diaphragm, that's where all the anxiety and depression and stress is existing. This is a short, shallow breathing that we're experiencing if we're in fear, if we're in stress. But if we can breathe in, and we breathe all the way into our lower diaphragm, and we're breathing like a baby, right? We're breathing into our belly, and we're filling into our chest, and then we exhale out of our mouth completely. You can hear it. You can hear it leave. You can feel it leave. And when you push a little bit at the end, you can feel that you've gotten rid of everything that no longer serves you. And when we get rid of the things that no longer serve us, we create space for the things that do serve us to exist and be in our life. So that brings us to our realization of what I can control and when I can control it. So I realize that I can't control me yesterday, and I can't control me tomorrow, but I can control me right now. And luckily, that's an ever evolving point of consciousness. And if I'm aware of it, I'm acting in a way that I feel is towards my destination of where I want to be. And every now moment that I can be aware of, if something is taking me away from my health, happiness, peace, or abundance, this is when I reestablish my goals of what I want in my life. And I realize I don't want to control anybody else, because it's already a big enough job for me to be me. I've realized this. There's just some things that pop up in your life and go, you know what? I just need to handle me right now. And how am I going to handle me in a way that's going to promote health, happiness, peace, and abundance? And when I do that in the most conscious way, I can realize, well, if I can't control other people, well, I just have to accept them for who they are, right? I can take my energy, and I might not spend as much time or energy with them in their space, but the world's a big place. you know? And I live out in the desert, and I've lived out in the desert for 22 years now. And it's a fantastic place to have great neighbors, because you actually have to go visit them, you know. And I enjoy all my neighbors. I mean, they're great folks. They're wanting some peace and quiet, and you know, and sometimes sometimes we make a lot of noise here, because you know, sometimes I'm sitting on top of a mountain and I'm wiggling my hands around, and earth is flying in all directions, and it's a big diesel driven machine that is creating the terraces and the catch facilities, catch basins, and the aqueducts, and the things that are necessary, and that nature would be building on smaller scales everywhere if the abundance of water was present everywhere. You know, it's a shame that a deer has to walk for a mile or 2 miles to find a drink of water. You know, I saw a video the other day with a donkey out in the desert, and even the guys filming, they said, "Where does he get his water?" Seriously, there's water that falls on the ground, but a lot of it runs away. All right, so we have erosion, and we have flooding in certain times of the year, and we have drought and fire and famine in other times of the year. But if we hold the water to the land, and Ursula was talking a little bit about the dandelions, right? And the dandelions, if there's a little bit of water, they're like a warrior plant. You know, they're providing food and medicine, and they're providing shade to the ground, and they're providing a root that's willing to penetrate the things that you can't think can even be penetrated. And so the dandelion really teaches us about desire and perseverance, and the ability to seek the resources that we need in the space. We create the space that we need to grow. And in that's an expression of consciousness and life. I think the flower of life pattern is an expression of how consciousness manifests into reality. You know, you start, if you've ever drawn the flower of life pattern. So I'm a tattoo artist as well. If you've ever drawn the flower of life pattern, it starts off with one singular presence. It's just a cell, right? And when intention amplifies and when energy is present, there's a vibration. And we can watch this happen with cell division, right? And with cell division, when it happens to a sufficient level, we become a self, right? It's spelled differently, but it's phonetically the same. And phonetics is the power of the spoken word. And so with the flower of life pattern, it's cell division, right? And anyway, that's one of the things I just had to add, because I saw what Ursula had shared. We have freedom to express ourselves in the best way we know how. To do that, we have to know the options of what is available to us. And so when we recognize all of the options that are available to us, if we really mash the gas in any one direction, we end up running into a wall. We lose our balance. We lose our presence. We lose our ability of discernment. You know, we have people that are in confusion of certain aspects of polarities that are available to them. For me, I was born a male, right? In this culture that we've lived in, a lot of masculine energy has been expected of me in certain ways. And that's what caused me to think that joining a force working for a psychotic uncle was a good idea. But 9 years into it and becoming, you know, getting into a supervisor position, I started to recognize the truth of what I was supporting, and so I quit. In that freedom of expression, in the masculine, and in becoming a soldier instead of a warrior, I had to learn apathy. I had to experience apathy to be able to support the things that I was doing. And the things I was doing aren't things that you would do unless somebody somewhere else said so, and said there was a demand and a need and a true, it needs to be done, right? And so you're the one that's going to do it. but we have the free will choices to say yes or no. But sometimes people's positions and ranks and authority get in the way of morality. And so in that masculine, apathetical expression of who I was at the time, there's certain things that you're going to experience in life that maybe you don't want to bring forward for very long. I had to learn empathy. I had to reconnect to my feminine side. I started writing with my left hand. I was drawing with my left hand. I started balancing my brain so I could achieve more of a balance in my body. I started to experience things where I was more receptive. I started doing things that were more in balance. And this is one of the things that yoga teaches. You know, we have tenets of yoga that build balance and strength and awareness of how your ability of pushing past boundaries that you've held before is possible. When you push to that boundary and you start breathing and you focus on where you want to be, you get there. I mean, I don't know. I don't show off very often, but I don't know many 50-year-old guys. Well, I'll be 50 in April, that are flexible. I mean, I'm more flexible than my 24-year-old daughter. And it's not because I'm special. It's just because I've been conscious long enough, that I've been stretching long enough, that I've been able to re-achieve what I was able to do as a child. We lose what we inherently had as children. We lose when we participate in this culture of atrophy and apathy and not consciously engaging and creating and only taking what we've gathered from others. So I know I'm jumping all over the place here, but I think you guys are really capable of keeping up and hopefully you're entertained a little bit here. So the individual growth happens with balance, and that's what I found is yoga and meditation as the foundation of that. When we achieve a balance and awareness of right now, that balance is not stuck in the past or worried about the future. It's that awareness of right now. It's not being one way or the other way. It's believing only in the way that you know is actually right. And the way that I've recognized is right for me is recognizing that if I wish to demonstrate self-ownership and I want to be able to make my choices for me, I should give everybody else that opportunity as well, right? Because we can't be the only peaceful person. It's just not going to work out that way. But if we can each take care of what we can control, collectively we become peace. Because I think most people can recognize the benefits of having a healthy body, a healthy mind, one that is no longer stressed with things that you can't control, but is focused on the things that you can, and growing, recognizing our ability of this power of the spoken word right now. How many people, I don't even know how many people are in the group. I think when I came on, there was about 20. But if this is shared, and then it was shared again and shared again, because we've all seen like the little goat in the pajamas, right? And so if we all are sharing these words that can help shape our tomorrow, it can happen pretty quickly. 8 billion people on this planet, each doing something towards what matters for at least an hour a day. It's something that we as community can do for each other. So let me go on another path. So the two-faceted pathway that I found for me to be the best expression of me was I recognize what are the problems in the world for me to be inspired every day to wake up, knowing that I get to wake up. It's something I get to do. It's not something I have to do. What were the biggest problems, right? And it was the environment and humanity. So the environment, I recognize the fire, flood, erosion, drought, famine. Those are all resulting from a dehydrated landscape. And so when we hold water to the landscape, and on the video that we just watched, about the Great Mother, she talked about her medicine, you know, and water. Water is life, and water is medicine. And water makes up more than 70% of our body, you know, depending upon which part we're looking at. And water is manipulated. By a show of hands, is anybody aware of Dr. Emoto's work on the consciousness and how it can be imprinted into water and seen, right? And so if our thoughts are affecting the waters of the earth, and we are made of the water, and we are water beings, we're earth beings, and we're fire, we're all of the elements, right? But if we are capable of consciously manipulating that aspect of who we are and where we are and what we experience, and every one of us is imprinting a certain image of what we're doing, and all of those images start to align with a common goal of health, happiness, peace, and abundance for everyone, everywhere, we become that natural, raw experience of Mother Earth flourishing as little blossoms of humans, of you're a be you, the full expression of consciousness. And if we speed that up a little bit, it's a be you, the full expression of consciousness, right? So I hope you can share some of what we've gathered in what we talk with each other in your day-to-day conversations. I'm the guy that if I'm standing behind you in the line at Safeway or at Fred Meyer's, we're probably going to start talking about things that matter. And if you don't want to, then I'll be quiet and I'll talk to somebody else. But if we each engage with each other in a way that is for that growth, I really feel it's something that we can find in our life. And I want to make sure, Shonda, can you poke in? I think I'm at the half,
Yes.
but would you like me to keep going since I was scheduled for 2? Or
No, we're moving everybody ahead. Yeah, Tracy's going to come in at the end. She's having to go where she can get connected.
Okay. Can I just finish up really quick with the apocalyptic?
Yeah,
Oh.
sure. You got about 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my model of transformation, I call the apocalyptic ashram Hawkshaven. It's you'll be able to see more if you follow my Facebook or my YouTube channel. YouTube is Free Will. This is for Free Will. And on Facebook, you can catch me at Rob Leaming, Leaming. Or if you type in #Mad Monk _AAH, it brings you to a lot of my work. At the Apocalyptic Ashram Hawkshaven, we've done a lot of terracing, mulching, aqueducts. We're manipulating the landscape to be able to catch water that comes off the watershed behind the property. And right now I've got a waterfall that only holds for about a week, but none of that water will actually leave the property. It'll all soak into the aquifer, which works to go ahead and charge the aquifer so where springs can start flowing. Models that I'm duplicating have been able to recharge landscapes in less than a decade, and when done on a big scale. Currently, mine's only 16 acres, but I have thousands of acres that I have the permissions to be able to do these modifications. And once we get the support, that will be happening. I just purchased and did some bartering and trading for a giant excavator that's going to be able to really make some change and solve some of the problems with hydration. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I hope to connect with any of you who are interested in the work that I'm doing here in Central Washington. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me through Facebook or on the YouTube channel. I thank you again for this opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Rob. And I would also like to plug that Rob is also part of the Earth Mother Clan of the Dragonfly Permaculture Guild and our executive director. I'm going to spotlight him really quick. Mike Brunt with Cascadia Seed Guild. So here's our lead permaculture people, y'all. So y'all definitely reach out to these people if you need them. But of course, we'll be doing a lot this spring with the guild, so you'll hear about us. But these are our 2 permy people, guys. So much love and thank you so much for coming today, Mike. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead. We're still running ahead, waiting for waiting for Tracy to get over to waiting for Tracy to get to a connection. We're going to go ahead and bring up Shannon and let her go next.
Hi, y'all.
Shannon.
Hi, Shonda. How are you today?
Doing good. You got the floor, baby.
Well, thank you so much. Today, I'm going to be talking about the second discovery of fire. 100 years ago, Teilhard de Chardin said, "Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And then for a second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire." I've heard that quote repeatedly from Jim Garrison on Humanity Rising with respect to the development of human consciousness. I've been following Humanity Rising since shortly after Jim started it, when we were all locked down because of the pandemic in May 2020. I'm going to talk to you about the second discovery of fire. I'm also going to talk about courses being offered by Ubiquity University and why that's pertinent to Teilhard's quote. And finally, I want to suggest an organizing principle that I think will help humanity make better choices. Jim Garrison has a doctorate in history, theology, and in philosophy. And when he started Humanity Rising, he was the president of Ubiquity University. Since then, he's brought us more than 800 episodes of Humanity Rising with more than 1,500 presenters. My friend Stan Pokras collects those links and more and puts it all in othernetworks.org. That's important, and I'll get back to that. Jim has stepped back from the position of president because he's opened an office in Washington with Daniel Sheehan of the New Paradigm Institute to support disclosure of UFO and UAP information that has been veiled in secrecy going back more than 7 decades. Now, with the bill passed by US legislature in December to disclose what has been held so secret for so long, they are working to change the prevailing perception of extraterrestrial intelligences and unidentified anomalous phenomenon as wild in imagination or mental instability. The time has come to heal the ruptures that has caused between us and within us. As host of Humanity Rising, Jim's in a prime position to influence both individuals and the global narrative. Remaining on the university faculty, he'll be part of a team delivering this new information to the first wave of humanity willing to make it their own. 2 courses of study are being developed that will provide a path to a doctorate. The one offered by the New Paradigm Institute is focused on history and the latest information. It examines worldviews and motivations and empowers people to make change in the world. The other course of study is through the Science and Consciousness branch of Ubiquity University. It seeks to develop an awareness of what humanity believes and is learning, the psychological and cultural implications of UFO, UAP disclosure, and exploring how to communicate and initiate contact with ETs. Through these courses, Jim, Ubiquity University, and the New Paradigm Institute intend to help humanity weave knowledge of ETs into the reality we share. The implications are mind-boggling. And it gets even more exciting when one realizes that communication with ETs has already begun. and that we have a far greater mental capacity than we have been led to believe. Belief is foundational, but attitude and emotions are our wings as we rise from the past through the exercise of our imagination. And love is the key. We are discovering the power of love. It is the fire Teilhard referred to, and helping humanity consciously embrace and use it is what Jim Garrison and our community is working on. Love is the fire that comes from within. As powerful to destroy as the original fire is, with love, we will heal our planet and ourselves and create the world that works for everyone and all that is. We've been talking about it, singing about it, but application of it has been fragmented. And that's helped us learn just how powerful a force of nature love is. Cultivating love in ourselves, in our families, and in our communities, we get to discover how global application of love and service enables us and life on our planet to thrive. We need to embrace and share the knowledge of the power of love. Humanity Rising is a new paradigm in education, offering information and awareness freely. And the after chat is part of that. I get to moderate the conversation there. After every episode of Humanity Rising, our conversations spark connections and possibilities. While we appear as tiles on a screen, our conversations can be compared to sharing circles. Circles where people are heard and healed. Circles like the hoops seen by Black Elk, the Oglala Sioux medicine man and healer, when he said, "Imagine a hoop so large that everything is in it. All two-leggeds like us, the four-leggeds, the fishes of the streams, the wings of the air, and all green things that grow. Everything is together in this great hoop." He also said that he saw the sacred hoop of my people was one of many hoops that made one circle, wide as daylight and as starlight. The hoops of our conversations that are happening all around the world hold us and help love grow. Being intentional in our circles, we will deal with personal issues and the issues in our communities and the global network of networks that Paul Hawkins described in his book, Blessed Unrest, will be revealed. We'll also work on the issues listed in the Encyclopedia of World Problems that inspired Stan Pockris to create Other Networks, the wiki that holds all the Humanity Rising episodes and speakers and other networks. I like to think that Stan's Other Networks is an imaginal cell, like those in a cocoon that begins the formation of a butterfly. Combining with other imaginal cells through our conversations, the actualization of the dream most, if not all of us have been secretly dreaming, will unfold. Perhaps Other Networks is the new Akashic records of the God we collectively are. If God is alive, God must reproduce, at least alive as we understand, and the word describes it. I have difficulty imagining 8 billion different gods, but I don't know. I like the idea that our combined perception and cumulative experience is the culmination of the training of hashtag the one we are, a murmuration of human nations that rises from the body of our great mother. It is the power of love that will pull us together to become one cohesive body of action, healing and sustaining the health of each self through personal engagement in community centers that pump love and resources into the tissues and issues that engage them. With the ashes of the eighth fire, we spread the power of love throughout humanity. There are many of us now who hold the ashes of the fire of November 2023, blessed by elders of our older brothers that hold the intentions for at least 1,000 years of peace. Contact us and create your own sacred fire that is of the lineage of that eighth fire of 2023. Share with your friends along with the story of the power of love. I want to just play with you a little bit here. It seems to me, well, it's the year of the dragon, right? Well, it seems to me that perhaps real dragons did not actually breathe the fire that we cook with. I think they breathed love, the fire from within, and it frightened men so much that they killed all the dragons. I don't know. I wrote a story called The Life Cycle of a God. In it, a dragon transforms into a planet, fertilized and sustained by a star that she dances around while she gestates their love child. Hashtag the one we are is that love child, prophesied and destined to take our place with our great parents. But we aren't ready yet. We need to learn how to use the hands that hold the power of love. We have crises on our planet that provide opportunities for us to learn how to work together. And not just the big crises, but the smaller issues within our communities. Application of the power of love between us will help us heal and see the beauty and gifts that have been given to each one of us. The circulation of love will burn through the walls that separate us. Years ago, Alexia Jelen provided a song. Now, I want to share the lyrics off with you. I heard it first at a fire at the back of a building that I was living in Rotterdam back in 2016. In the darkness, with the flames lightening our faces, I heard the power is here now. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. You know how I feel about magic. You know, that's why I coined the term mom, the magic in ordinary moments, because it is so powerful. For me, it is the validation of the reason for being alive in this world. Alexia's song goes on to address the elements of water, fire, wind, and earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, oh. Let the earth hold you, take care of you, and nurture you. Ah. Learning those things will help us learn about love, the fire that burns from within. The second great discovery of fire. And now I would like to invite you to tell me what you think. Let's make this a conversation. I've never really enjoyed being the only speaker in the circle. And so I want to leave the room for you. What for you is the second discovery of fire? Is it love? What do you think? Christopher, talk to me.
Christopher, can you turn your camera on?
Is it okay? Am I next? Can I talk for
Hey,
a moment?
Rob. Yeah.
Hi. So fire, I'm an Aries, and my astrology is a wood tiger Aries. And fire used to come in the form of anger and things like that when I was younger, and I hadn't balanced these energies. But you're right, fire is love. Fire is the absence of fear. Fire is the ability of transformation of what was into those ashes of what can be. You know, and I saw some things on YouTube. It was cool. People use some ash as the carbon basis of element and structure, and they use super glue, and they were able to fix all sorts of things. You know, they were creating a foundation using that. And I realized that, wow, from the ash, we return to it, and our intentions manage these elements in the form and to build what we want to experience. And it's the fire that is within desire. You know, I mean, because like fire can inspire, and if we are inspired to a certain point, desire becomes present to manifest what is in our mind and in our hearts out into the world.
Oh,
And
that's
yeah,
beautiful, Rob. Thank you so much. You know, every person who has been in love knows the fire. Yeah. Thank you so much.
thank you for the opportunity to share. Thank you for what you share.
Well, I really enjoyed your presentation. I really enjoyed watching you put your heels behind your head.
I think we all did. Anyone
Hey,
else have any comments?
yeah.
Yes,
think-
Shonda, yeah, I totally agree with you that the second fire that humans can manifest is very much with the frequency of warmth. Because when I consider, you know, the warmth that comes with, I mean, any seed you put in the ground, and I've tried this, it just does not blossom, it does not start to grow unless there is some warmth, you know. So somehow growth and refinement and elevation at whatever level, it's emotional, mental, higher parts of you, they all need some kind of warmth to cherish an idea, to promote a feeling. It's like that warmth is so necessary, as certainly as far as the humans are concerned, and the earth, of course. But yeah, I love that.
You like the idea of the dragon Gaia spinning around her star.
Well, it's a very ancient image, isn't it? And I don't think that will ever leave our psyche, because there's so many systems of the planet and also in our own body, where if you look at the red blood system and the blue blood system, venous, venal and arterial, you know, they little dragon dances going on. And yeah, so, and the same with the planet, with the whole her waters, with all the dances that go on, you know. So it's a beautiful image. Thank you.
Absolutely. Venus and Athena dancing within us with Gaia. Oh my. What a beautiful image that is. Thank you so much, Ursula. And I see Carol Sue. Hello, you. How are you?
Hello, thank you. Oh, good. Someone lowered my hand already. Okay, good. So, thank you, everybody. I've loved the presentations. I was going to say, well, as far as Humanity Rising goes, most of us right here in this small group are familiar with it, but for the outer group this is going out to, I cannot say enough about Humanity Rising and what it has done for my life and the shift, and that I had put out there a few years ago. I wanted, and it came into my life, and it has created that uplift to be with the people of like minds who want to be the transformation. And what I have to say about that, in order for us to be the transformation, we have to be the transformation. We have to transform ourselves first. And that's part of what Ubiquity University does. It's about transforming ourselves so that we can be that person. Now, that said, I'm going on to the other thing. And that is, Ursula, your explanation of the code in the seed was very good. And what you just said about, I don't know whether the fire or whatever it was you just said. And I wanted to add to that, if I may, and that is the light. And I was in a weekend of biodynamic farming, in the International Biodynamic Farming conference that was being held at the Rudolf Steiner College down in Fair Oaks, California. My daughter was 6, she's 40 now. You do the math. What, 34 years ago? And the whole conference theme was the silica calcium process. And that is, and so the teacher who also did the ending speech, but I was taking one of the workshops from him, and he said, is the treeness on the inside of the seed? No, is the tree on the inside of the seed, or is the treeness on the outside of the seed? And what he said, so the code is on the inside of the seed, but the treeness is on the outside of the seed, and it attracts the light. So now we have to bring in the light along with the fire. It attracts the light from the outer planets, like Pluto way back there, the outer planets that then create the calcium. And it is the silica that is attracting the light and bringing it into the seed. And I actually had a vision where I saw them connect. It was quite amazing. And I don't visualize. I mean, so this was quite spectacular for me to see this. And it was recently, it was like this year. And so anyway, so I just want to incorporate the light, and that the whole theme of it was the silica calcium process, because it's the silica that attracts the light from the outer planets that then creates the calcium, the form. The silica is the form. I might get that confused, but in any case, if you want to increase your calcium, for example, you take silica, or you take horsetail, because it's high in silica, right? So on that level, we understand that. But so it's all incorporated. It's all part of it. What, is that we're attracting the light from the outer planets. So I wanted to thank you. And Rob, I loved what you said. You really tapped into the I am and the universal truth of it. And I thought that was powerful. all of your things are powerful, powerful, and thank you. I may have to leave because there's a festival going on, and I have been asked to dance to the drums.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Our
Our
our next presenter is already in the room, so let's go ahead and move to Lynn real quick. We've only got a few more minutes. Lynn, go ahead.
Can't hear you yet, Lynn.
Okay.
Yep. Whoa.
Are you okay? Or do you want the next speaker?
No, go
Mhm.
ahead. You've got a few more minutes.
Yes, I feel the dragon brings light and fire and love, and I feel that the dragon brings the fire and light to our hearts. I am a dragon. What am I trying to say? I'm a dragon, Chinese dragon. So this year is my lucky year, and I have felt for a while. I get very excited when I think of dragon energy, and I keep feeling there's something really significant on the 9th of February when the new Chinese New Year begins. And I think, what Carol Sue was just saying. You look at an apple seed, and that can grow apples, but there's only one seed, but you don't know how many trees that seed is going to grow. So it is just magical time at the moment, and I'm very grateful to Humanity Rising, because it's been life-changing and just came in when I really needed something like that. So thank you.
Oh, it has been a pleasure, Lynn, and I want to tell you, this mission that I've taken on to help Jim's perspective be heard more widely by transcribing his beginning comments before every episode into Jim's nuggets. That has been quite, a real dive deep into his perspective and how I can disagree with him at the same time. And it's really important that we don't all just believe what somebody says. And that's the paradigm that is changing. We are beginning to think for ourselves.
Yeah.
And I think that is by far the most important lesson that Humanity Rising is empowering us with.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
Yeah.
This has been a real pleasure, Shonda. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this.
Well, we will be here on the third Sunday of every month. We need to keep this fire. And I believe the proper phrasing is that you were born in the year of the dragon. And I believe Shannon was as well, weren't you?
I do believe that is so. Yeah. And in yes, and in the Mayan cosmology that was developed by Jose Arguelles, I'm also a resonant red dragon. And so that's kind of fun as well. So.
There you go. There you go. Well, I'd like to bring on our next presenter. If she's here, I believe she is. Francine D'Addario, there you are.
Yes. Hi, everybody, and happy birthday, Earth Mothers, and the studio here. Good to see you all here. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for allowing us to have a voice here. Crystal Nations Collective is what I am presenting today, and what I believe I am a part of, as many others may also feel really called to listen into the prophecies that are being gathered all around the globe on all 7 continents. Through all cultures and religions, we are experiencing this historical monumental time. And from when I was a child, I was born Francine DeGiorgio in Suffern, New York, October 22nd, 1971. And I consider myself the daughter of a beautiful Mexican Southwestern Indian mother, and my father, Albert Richard DeGiorgio, he was European from Italy, and his father had come over on the boat, Ellis Island, I think 1919. And it was ever since I was a child, through I believe what I've done through my research through the 52 years I've been here is that I identify with being an indigo child, part of the starseed lineages, where we believe that we are the rainbow warriors and warrioresses. And I want to give thanks to Great Creator right now in this divine moment. If we could just possibly take a deep breath, feeling really called for that, and anchoring down into our sacred hearts to receive the information and to hear it on a really deep cellular level. I'm just asking to take a moment in this present moment, for that's the now. And this moment is all that we have. So maybe we drop into our sacred hearts in this moment and connect to our sacred hearts. Taking a deep breath in and releasing. Taking another deep breath to connect to the Divine Father. May we all connect now. And taking another deep breath and connecting our light, our heart to Pachamama, to Mother Earth. Taking a deep breath in now. I want to give thanks and call in all of our benefic guides of the north, the east, the west, the south, above, below, and within. May all of our benefic guides connect with us in this moment. We love you. We thank you. We appreciate you. So as I speak from my sacred heart to bring in this information that I know many of you that are here in this group are aware of. Some may agree with the rainbow prophecy that is being foretold by many, many different cultures from around the globe. As a child, myself, Francine DeGiorgio, I experienced a lot of suffering. I know many just like me, and I'm a voice for those who do not have a voice. I'm a voice for those that may also have identified with being disconnected from source at one point in our life, maybe after many tragedies and abuses that we are ending today. The suffering of man and woman and child, the separation from each other, our sacred heart, and Pachamama, the Divine Father. Many have forgotten our connection to our ancestors. Behind me, I want to give thanks to the kachinas that have been gifted to me as I have traveled around North America. When I got sober in 2012, I was given a message from Great Creator. I didn't do research, and so a lot of what I'm sharing with you is based on my real life experience of like what has happened to me through my lifetime, how I got separated, how I suffered, how I searched for answers and how I got lost, how I was filled with not self-love. How many of us did and fall to drugs from the abuses, as I am a survivor of all of them. The biggest one is being institutionalized at the age of 16 in 1987. And so that was the time that I was given a vision of how to come together and formulate or create with other people a place where kids like me that suffered could come back into wholesome wellness and be in. It was then that I had a vision of a medicine wheel, but I was from New York and I wasn't informed or educated properly about our Native Americans, and I was very disconnected from the truest history. So therefore, I didn't know what to do with that vision, but I held it in my heart. Part of the vision was that one day we would create an organization that would allow us to have a healing center that would assist our children to come back into this wellness through the indigenous traditional ways, the ways in which have been lost. That's what I received. That was during the harmonic convergence in real lifetime, and I was upstate New York. I was given a lot of opportunities in this lifetime to get sober and turn my life over, and I was searching for the answers, so to speak. And I traveled a lot from many different states. I lived in Los Angeles and Redondo Beach, South Carolina, Campobello, Pampa, Texas, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I reside now in Payson, Arizona. And through my travels, I've been able to see that I wasn't the only one suffering, and it was really difficult for me to get sober, to get off of drugs and to get off of alcohol. Then I could actually walk a path where I could be the solution to all the human suffering. So it took me a really long time. In 2012, I had another wake-up call, which resulted actually at the time, I had one foot on one side being an angel by day, I would call it, and a foot on the other side of the night where I was doing drugs and drinking alcohol, and I wasn't loving or taking care of myself. And it was really hard for me to follow that sacred path. I had no elders or people that were really there to teach me, although there were a lot of messages and synchronicities along the way with many leaders today that are still walking, carrying that light. Chief Phil is one of them who's been holding that light for many, many years. But I was really blessed in 2012 to have a wake-up call that allowed me to be really woken up in a brutal way, not in a good way. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but down in New York City. And it was my Mayan birthday, December 8th. And I happened to break up a fight, and it ended up with me being brutally beaten and falsely arrested. I was visited during that time by an angel, and I was asked to choose a side. I believe that my family is very connected to the angeletics, and I feel that my ancestors are indigenous. And so I was given really high specific instructions from my higher self to get sober and to choose a side. And I did. In 2012, I realized that I may have not been that stable. So I went to the doctor, and they said that I was suffering from what is known as mental illness or being neurodivergent with CPTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And instead of taking pharmaceutical drugs, I was guided to take a journey on the road, which led all around North America to these transformational music and art festivals where I met many of the elders from all around the globe who were serving global peace, teaching our children these indigenous ways and these ways of healing mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. And they utilized everything that they had, their songs, their traditions, their stories. And I was blessed to be invited to many different reservations and tribes to sit amongst the holy ones, the wisdom keepers. And for years, I didn't know what I was doing, but Great Creator had asked me to be a volunteer because we were fulfilling what is known as the rainbow prophecy. And now, mind you, I didn't have a lot of information except for maybe the knowledge of the return of the bird tribes. I know that in the 70s, somebody wrote a book on the rainbow prophecy where it brought a lot of controversy. But I am aware of the Hopi prophecy where Thomas brings in the Hopi prophecy. And I know that the Cree have a Hopi prophecy. And right before I came here on to share this presentation, I just heard my guide say, Google it, because I really haven't. And I did. And then I saw that there was a cosmic Lyrian rainbow prophecy. So what I want to say is on, I would say, October 12th of 2013, I stood up on a stage in the Lenzic in Santa Fe, New Mexico, to share what happened to me being separated from my family, from my culture, from my lineage, that I was lost. And here they were saying that I was unstable. And so I asked Creator, what can I do? And Creator said to tell your story, tell your truth. Travel around the United States and become a volunteer, pay your restitution, pay your own karmic dues off for everything, for your past, for your lineage, for what you have done in this world, causing suffering. Just own it. And since you don't feel good and you don't feel stable yourself, just share. Share, 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 share. So I did. I found star seeds from all around the United States that were just like me, and it was really messy, and we got into a lot of stuff where we were going through what is known as the dark night of our soul. We weren't stable. And I believe that what Great Creator was doing was showing me what was the status of the planet. And I believe that I was given an opportunity to kind of do this organically, traveling and listening to other people, finding out that I wasn't the only one who experienced coming from a mixed heritage, but feeling really connected to Mother Earth, wanting to make a difference, but not quite feeling good enough to be a voice or to teach or to rise up. I met many people who followed me from place to place, and I was invited in 2013 after I got on stage to the medicine wheels. I just tumbled upon them and walked into one in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I had met the elders in Santa Fe. And I'm grateful for Raphael Weissman, Phoenix Armelio, Jay Lynch, and the grandmothers. And I was invited to facilitate ceremony. In 2018, 5 years later, I was told to go into Taos and to bring in a building of the medicine wheel years after we've been building them with the elders. And this time, the elders were telling me that I was to go off on my own, and I did. To my surprise, instead of building the medicine wheel that we've been building organically around North America, a different one came out. So that's what this is. We were in the middle of building, and this is up in Taos, New Mexico in 2018 at Tribal Vision. And Tribal Vision is really known for gathering the rainbow warriors and the warrioresses, the elders that are bringing in the wisdom of the indigenous from all around the globe. And so they started to build their own symbols and the spokes simultaneously at the same time. And, at that moment, I remember rising above and witnessing with Great Creator what they were building. And there was different symbols from the Aztec calendar to the infinity symbol to the four corners to the Magdalene rose to the spiral. And they were showing me the runes of peace. These were symbols from around the globe. And Great Creator says, so what do you know that to be? And as a conduit, a hollow bone, a channel, I saw that it was a rainbow wheel. And that's what they, the star seeds, the youth, the elders, there was about 30 to 50, building this simultaneously with no collaboration about it. It was just spirit, And for all that I have read in certain books, or maybe have seen a video or heard from a counsel or a person. I'm just here to say that a great creator gave us an opportunity to travel and build these rainbow medicine wheels, unifying all colors, creeds, religions, beings together. And I've been facilitating ceremony. I live out here in Payson. I've been going to Sedona. These ceremonies are not indigenous. We're not appropriating indigenous culture. The rainbow medicine wheels are like star circles. They're here to unify all beings. There is no hierarchy. I go by the name of Yahira Lobos. It was given to me in a guided meditation where a grandmother invited me in 2015. I was given the last name Lobos because it's my spirit animal. They are the way showers. Right before I came on here, when I read the Cosmic Lyrian Rainbow Prophecy, it is from, who's the woman? Sia Lamu. I will put it on my Facebook page, but it's very interesting. She was speaking about how the rainbow prophecy has been here for eons, hundreds of years, even millions, and it does come from the cosmos of above. And we are here not just to unify all cultures and religions to bring global peace, but we're also here to bring in acknowledgement of the elements that we are using in the seasons. The sacred circle, the medicine wheel, represents the sacred circle from which we belong: the north, the east, the west, the south, above, below, within. And it's about unifying all that is above and calling in all that is above and connecting into all that is within, and to honor all that is below. Here, when we acknowledge all the different songs and religions, anybody's allowed to come into this ceremony. We're doing a simple 3 prayers out loud. We call in the 7 directions. It is not a strange or weird ceremony. It is a ceremony where we're praying for ourselves, we're praying for each other, and we're praying for the globe. We're praying for clean air, for clean water, for food for all. We're praying for healing centers for all beings. When I was invited to the medicine wheel and I started to facilitate these circles, for years, I didn't know the seriousness of what the depth. I just felt compelled. My heart, I cried every ceremony, I shook before everyone. I knew that we had to unify our voices. I knew we needed to share our knowledge and wisdom. I knew it wasn't about one person, it was about the all. The way that the ceremonies are facilitated are not through me, they're through the all. We are the ceremony, and we're here to use our voice to free up all that suffering so we can express joy and bring that element in. I believe that this cosmic rainbow Lyrian prophecy was just shared with me a few hours ago explains why I am the way that I am, and why many of my friends traveling around the world were also compelled to unify all of us. You know, and here we have many things from the Keepers of the Rainbow tablets, some of us carrying the codes of the rainbow within us. We're known as the grid workers, to bring in the light to unify. We are the way showers. If we can go through the dark night of our soul and purify our body, mind, heart, and soul, then we absolutely can go through what is known as the eye of the needle and unify. I don't think that rainbow medicine wheels is the be all end all of everything, but I've known that since I've been doing ceremony, it brings a lot of healing to the land and to the people and to myself. It gives us a voice. I birthed Crystal Nations Collective throughout that time, which is a collective of neurodivergent youth, children, and families just like me, where we rock hound around the United States, and we gift these medicine wheels to the intentional communities around the globe. And we are a gift where we're raising consciousness and awareness about neurodivergency to end human suffering and come up with better solutions to heal thy mind, body, heart, and soul. So we're asking for support in the way that we are making our own products. We are rock hounding, using these crystals to build grids, to bring healing, to bring light. We hope to be a part of what is known as the crystal cities that are being envisioned by many around the globe. We are the water that is here to purify and enlighten all. Thank you so much for listening thus far. If there was anybody who had a question, I'd be happy. And babe, can you get me water? I had like 9 more minutes. Wow, I did that. Did anybody have a question?
I would like to. Thank you so much, Francine, for
Thank
speaking
you.
from your heart so eloquently. Thank you so much. I
Thank you.
know the truth of your heart. And what's really disturbing is a Wikipedia article that Shonda just put in the chat that says that this was it's really hard to articulate because it was
spit it out, Shannon.
it was such a shock. Shonda, did you read that thing?
Oh yeah, I'm quite aware of it. That's why I put it there.
And so perhaps you could speak to that.
Oh, the Wikipedia Rainbow Warrior, the
Well,
author.
Shannon, you just read it. Go ahead. What's in your heart? You
Well,
wanted to comment on it.
It says that the whole thing is a hoax that goes back
Yeah,
to
I can speak about that really
can.
quickly
Please do.
without projecting a lot of negativity about it.
Thank
So
you.
that's definitely what we want to talk about. So one thing in Wikipedia is going to knock all of the beings that are on the planet that carry the essence of the rainbow. What that guy wrote, I have no idea. But you know what? If he took anybody's information and said it was Native American, that's why he got attacked. Because however he presented his words. So here's the good thing about what I say. I don't have any information except for my knowing and my life experience, where I come from mixed lineages, and I was institutionalized after suffering a great deal. And if you read about the Christ consciousness, the 144 in the Bible, they too, as well as the Hopi prophecy, speak about all of these different people coming from all walks of life, the 4 corners, that we are to assemble into these peaceful beings. So the rainbow is about unifying. It's about forget about, see, that's a huge thing. Forget about what the ego, what the mind needs to know, improve in 3D. I'm saying we're multidimensional. We're star beings. Many of the Native American cultures know that we are from the stars. And I'm also a daughter of God.
Yeah.
A daughter of the light. I suffered so I could be the light to way show. You know, when you read about what this other woman wrote, and they used that Wikipedia to negate, I almost think it's CIA. You want to know the truth? It's a seed of infiltration of the highest. And there are those of us that are using the opportunities to say, hey guys, it's not about what you think you know, because nobody really knows anything. But you know what? It's a time to unify. And so these medicine wheels, you know, and here I am in Sedona, and it's all about, I've done these ceremonies where I don't advertise and I take no money. And you know what happens? Everybody's in the Sacred Heart. Everybody's crying. Everybody's using their voice. Everybody's inspired. They're walking away like, I can be a voice. I can come up with a solution for Mother Earth. And see, that's what I'm here for. You know, I'm taking a really big chance by saying something like this because I know that there's questions like yours coming for me. You think this is easy? I'm neurodivergent. And you know what? In the beginning of my speaking, I still feel so in my heart. I'm so grateful right now. I've been through the dark night of my soul enough where it takes a lot. I'm absolutely vibrating right now. My heart is like feeling so much where I don't have, who am I to answer what this Wikipedia thing is?
Francine,
Right?
I
Because, yeah,
hear you, and I'm so glad that I was pushed to talk,
good.
because this gives you an opportunity to talk to this issue, because
Yes.
you know it's the same that has been put upon experiencers of extraterrestrial experiences. You know,
Yes.
they call us crazy. Well,
They
stop it.
want to. They
No.
want to because, listen, we're reversing everything on the planet. And when I really encourage everybody to listen to, forget about that Wikipedia. How about we update it with a female's version? Mind you, we're in the
Okay,
Aquarian
I'm
age.
going to jump in here because we're 3 minutes before our next presentation. So I intentionally
There's
threw that
that.
in there because, well, here's the thing. I intentionally threw that in there because I know Shannon reads everything religiously. And speaking of religiously, if you really tear down the Wikipedia, it talks. Look at what that track who back in the 60s, look at who published that track. What else was going on in 1962? Think about the movement of the culture. I mean, what was going on in the 60s? It was the freedom movement. It was the love movement. It was Woodstock came in. So that entire thing was published intentionally to break down the Hopi.
Yeah.
Now move forward to
Move
where it
forward.
says, move forward in the article to where it talks about the response from the Native American communities, because there is a difference between the Rainbow Warrior Nation and the Rainbow People. The Rainbow People is a group of leftover hippies, and I use that word freely because I was one. I
There you
have
go.
no problem with the word, but they still call themselves. They live in the mountains in Tennessee. That is the home base of the Rainbow Gathering people. They are completely different. What happened? They went into the Black Hills in South Dakota for their annual gathering, and they trashed the Black Hills, and they completely left behind all their trash, the baby diapers, everything. And the Sioux up in the
What a
Dakotas
great way to
rose
bring
up against the Rainbow people, and that is where the entire thing got messed up. So if you really want to know the truth, go to the elders in the Dene and the Dene and the Hopi, the elders, and get their interpretation of the prophecy rocks. The prophecy rocks is where that came from. It is a true prophecy, and the reason I threw that in there is because I knew Francine was coming in here, and I knew the name of her presentation, and I wanted to clear that up at the end of her presentation, because here's the thing. We have got to stand, because here we are. One of the things about this, that's why I was hoping to have a few minutes left here at the end of Francine's prophecy, because here's the situation. We are now launching on this very day the 8th fire continuum. Go read the prophecies of the 7th and 8th fire. Go read those, and it will tell you about the white race that rises to bring the strength of the nature elders and the indigenous and sacred teachings back. So we are the rainbow warrior race. And you have to understand there is an entire rising out there to discredit us. And the rainbow people have a lot to do with that. But I am a bundle keeper within the Rainbow Warrior Nation, and I hold strong to what I am. So everybody needs to understand that the Rainbow Nation is rising. And Francine is part of that nation. So is Shannon. I think pretty much everybody in this room is right now. And well, no other, and I'm not really sure about Amanda if she's Indigenous or not, but I mean, you know, everyone in here, I'm scrolling through looking, everyone in here is part of the Rainbow Nation. So we have to understand that we are called to be here at this time. And with that, I am complete. And thank you so much, Francine, for bringing this in. I will give you final words since we kind of stowed your charm of signing yourself out here. Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, thanks.
All I know is we got this. We got this, and I speak on behalf of all of the nations around the globe, from the Northeast, West, South, above, below, within. I do believe that there are many of us leaders of the rainbow that are getting ready to step into our power. I want to say it is safe to go ahead and express your love and your joy. We are here to unify back to the Sacred Heart, all colors, all creeds, all religions, all beings, back to the Divine Mother and Father. We are so grateful. I want to say thank you to Earth Mother Studios and all of you beautiful hearts for listening, for anchoring in the light with us together. Aho and ahe. So it is.
Wado, and so it is. And so from here, I believe our next presenter is Deborah. Deborah, where are you? Let me get back on here so we can find you. There she is, my beautiful new loving sister. Come on in, Deborah. Introduce yourself. You got the floor, baby.
Hi, thank you. Actually, was Erica before me? Just want to make sure I'm fine to go, but I'm looking at our agenda.
We're kind of off. Tracy couldn't connect, so it doesn't matter. Erica's here all day anyway. I can't remember. Oh yeah, actually I think she was. But baby, you're up.
Okay.
Erica's here every day. She can go after you. Go ahead, baby.
Okay, thank you. Woo! I was thinking, oh, I'm glad I'm not following that. And here I am following that. And my face is turning all the colors of the rainbow right now. And hello, everybody in our Zoom room. Hello, everybody that we're streaming live to. I am so honored to be here today. Shonda, thank you for asking me, and congratulations on this beautiful earthwork network that you've provided for us. Want to acknowledge the opening with Gail, and in particular the beautiful song that she and Michael put together. That was, I started off in the chat going, ah, and so that's for you, Mr. Mad Monka. The song that we had with the opening of this sacred ceremony today was just based in our soul, based in the marrow of our being. So on our agenda, the title of my presentation is Spiritual Diversity in Education, and talk about, controversy and saying things that may elicit multiple responses. I think I'll go ahead and screen share and introduce myself a little bit more that way. I do want to acknowledge the indigo children and the precursors of that. Many of us who are here are of that as well. And I will come back to that. So let me go ahead and pull up a couple brochures here and get back to do a screen share. And oops, my computer's been acting up a little bit today. So if I get kicked out, I'll come back in and you'll let me know if it's not showing up well here on our screen. And
no, you're great.
Okay. Yeah, my computer's, it's been freezing a lot, and there's a huge lag time in when I'm clicking. So we'll see if this works. So I'm trying to move this over now. I wanted to do visuals for us, being an educator. We've had a lot of auditory presentation with some visual presentation. And I've just lost my screen. So I think I'm not going to bother with the screen share. So I apologize for that. So my name is Deborah Robin Meck. I'm also known as Diara in some of our circles. And I've been a professional educator since the early 1980s. I came into education in the juvenile justice system and proceeded to teach love in juvenile hall and the girls rehab facility and the minimal security facility for the guys out in the mountains, and decided that they really should have a career ed program and a family life education program out there. So at a young age, I started teaching family life education to a bunch of guys, and that began my career of making sure that the gaps were filled. And in 1994, I had an experience in the classroom, which I told in more detail on our One World MLK weekend. That video's in our Zoom collection. And thank you to One World as well as Earth Mother Network for this gathering today. So there was an experience that occurred in the classroom that created the spiritual diversity in education topic, because I realized that there was a gap in our educational system, that we were working with the physical, we were working with the mental. We had begun since the 80s working on the socio-emotional. Back then we called it character development. And I always said I was developing a bunch of characters. And what we had not addressed was the spiritual nature of the human being. And out of this incident in the classroom came this desire to change the paradigm of education by making sure that we spoke about the most invisible part of the whole human being, which is our essence, which is our spirit, which is that fire that we talked about, which is the basic universal component of what it means to be a human being, no matter what age of time in the world, no matter what age we are chronologically. All of the basic tenets of what it means to be alive, alive as in on fire with life, with our theme of fire, with that eternal flame of love for ourselves and each other. That was something that we weren't really teaching. And within this project, it's walking that fine dance between respecting the rights of every person and their belief system, every family and their belief system, and then these universal truths that we know are the foundation of human kindness. And so I began speaking spiritual diversity in education as a way to open up that paradigm, as a way to teach kids and parents and teachers and administrators how to talk about different belief systems and leave room for different opinions, and yet still have unity in the classroom. I was told all along that I couldn't use that word spiritual. Back then, we weren't using it in the hospitals. It wasn't common verbiage in our culture. And I just kept doing it in the face of scorn or facing possible reprimands. And yet, when I would explain what we were doing, that the spiritual nature of the human being is the most invisible part of the whole. And to have an educational system where all voices are heard and everyone is seen, we must include the topic of spiritual diversity. And within that, it's been a 30-year dance with this program, up and under the radar as our political and social climates would change. And as we've seen, all along in our quest for human equality, equanimity, inclusion, while also celebrating the diverse nature of each other and ourselves, it's been a dance when the system's open to allow for broader conversation, and then comes the backlash where things close down. And this has been a dance all along, and we're seeing it now. But the thing to remember is every time we go down and back up, we're at a higher level in the spiral of consciousness and in the evolution of our species. And one of the ways that I judge where we're at in our culture is I'll watch TV and I'll look at the commercials. And the commercials, of course, are geared to the public as a consumeristic mechanism, but it's also a reflection of what's going on in our culture. And there are many reasons to rejoice in the movement we've made in terms of what we see on the TV with different gender preferences, with interracial couples, with age differences, with differently abled people. And the area that we're in right now, in addition to getting back to our roots and the earth as our main resource, is to openly discuss the spiritual nature with our kids at a young age and teach them how to talk to each other, coming from different families, so that they can learn how to see different points of view. When we were just talking about the Wikipedia, I went back and did some quick research because I've been looking at the concept of two-eyed seeing for quite some time now. And there are many different philosophies of what that means and where it comes from, what culture it originated from. But basically, it's about being able to see multiple points of view at the same time. It's about being able to honor multiple truths at the same time. And with the spiritual diversity in education, when it first started, and on the surface even today, it's a conversation about interfaith, interreligious conversations. And then it's a deeper conversation. And this is where it dips into the indigo children, or Ubiquity's new paradigms, the Institute, and subtle energies. And understanding that what Indigenous cultures have always known about the world of the unseen is a conversation for us to have in our current collective consciousness as well. And that, for me, I believe, and this goes into John Raymer's One World belief statements, that the world of the unseen is far greater than the world of the seen. And in our culture, we've had it backwards. We believe what we see instead of seeing what we believe. And we can take that whole concept and spin it around multiple times till that disappears as well, looking at those mirrors. So with the two-eyed seeing, one way to look at it, which is what we're up to in this tribe, is we see the indigenous ways of being, the basic way that a human being is designed to live and love. And then we see the progress that we've made as human beings other than that, and the things that we've built and designed. And we talked about coming into balance And again, that's what where we're at. What we're striving for is balance between the seen and the unseen, the ways of being and the ways of doing. So taking a deep breath because it's a lot. What a beautiful day we've had together. Luminaries and visionary entrepreneurs and bold, courageous people speaking our truth no matter what and being willing to take a stand. And again, thank you, Shonda, for being the great container that holds all of this, that gives us the inspiration to show up and speak out. Whew, okay. So with the spiritual diversity, with this dance through my 40 years as an educator in the public schools and beyond, one of the things that I've been aware of, and we were speaking earlier about our experiences as young children, that we have many gifts seen and unseen. We have many abilities known and unknown. And being who I am, even way before it was even a thing, I knew that I had special ways of being in the world that didn't make sense. Like we could talk about things such as telekinesis. We could talk about telepathy. We could talk about what we now call the clairs, CLAIRE, coming from the French word meaning clear. Clairvoyance, voyer is to see. It means clear vision. And what we're speaking of, in 2024 about this is our ability to intuit, our ability to know things through the ethers, our ability to communicate with each other from the heart. And these were things that I knew were real before we had names for them. And I also noticed these things in the children. In education, we have special education that we use to help equalize the playing field, to give kids who may not have physical, mental, or emotional capacity in the way that the linear school system calls for. And so we give them any accommodations that we can to help them access the public education that they're required to have. Within that, one of the things I noticed I started to tell my parents is, don't worry. First of all, your job is to help your child navigate their way through a linear school system when they're not a linear person. And so this was a conversation that was taking place, way before we even had that kind of terminology. The other thing I noticed is that the consciousness of the kids was also rising in their clear capacities. So in education, as I mentioned earlier, we have visual, auditory, kinesthetic. Some of us have stronger gifts with visual, like we want to see handouts. We would love the fact that I could have screen shared so you could be looking at something besides a talking head and just a mouth going wah, 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 wah. And then we have other kids where the visual wouldn't work at all, and they could just sit with their eyes closed and remember everything that was said and not have to take notes. And then we've got other kids that need to stand in the back of the classroom to listen and learn. Otherwise, they're just going to check out. So if those physical senses weren't enough, we have the extra sensory physical sensations, or the extra sensory visual, auditory, et cetera. So now remember, I started in 1983. And so a lot of the kids that came in the 80s and then the early 90s, I was teaching to, and then those kids started having kids, and those kids started having kids. And so now the children coming into the classroom had a level of conscious awareness that wasn't present before. As a clinical hypnotherapist early in my career, I used to have to do very deep preparatory work to have someone access that brain state where the subconscious and conscious mind could work more clearly together. Well, these days, we go like that and we drop right in. So we have great cause for celebration in the elevation of our consciousness as a species. We have some cause for celebration in the paradigm shifting in education. And I'm really looking forward to possibly taking the PhD with ubiquity in subtle energies. So I'm saying that for you, Shannon, so you know that you were heard with that. And we have an opportunity now to open up that paradigm even more. With the spiritual diversity and education conversation, and then I'll come back to some fun stories about teaching parents about their kids' telepathy powers and things like that. With the spiritual diversity and education program or conversation, it's an opportunity to continue to bridge spirituality and science, and then adding education in to that beautiful trinity that's going to exponentially move us forward. When we can more openly have conversations with kids about their spiritual natures, the fact that that they're telepathic, the fact that they know that their bodies are made of matter that has lots of space in between it. When we first realized that tables weren't solid, that they were made up of molecules with lots of space in between, I used to say, well, someday we're going to be able to measure that space, and that space is love, and love is what's holding everything together. And we're getting closer and closer to the reality of that. So if you have a school system that would be brand new to the conversation of spiritual diversity, it can be brought in as an interfaith dialogue. I've done a lot of work in the interfaith communities and movement. I was doing that not knowing that that's what I was doing. And then at another level, if you have a school that's already doing meditation, that's allowing yoga. When I first started, I came into a classroom of second graders, and they'd come in from the playground, and they were, the teacher was ready to teach and they weren't ready to learn. And so I was like, oh, let's take a deep breath. And a parent in the room got upset by that and reported me to the principal, because this was when yoga and meditation was just being introduced into our schools. The whole wellness movement, the whole integrated education, integrated health and wellness. So that's something I've been doing in the schools as well for many, many years, is doing meditations and teaching kids how to not only meditate, but to lead meditations. So if you have a school system that's at that level, this spiritual diversity conversation can be brought in to elevate that deeper into the clairs. Let's teach the kids how to use their natural abilities. So I'm looking at the time, and boy, it's going fast. This is really fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what I've said later on upon review. One of my favorite stories, which really gave me permission to start speaking more of my truth in the classroom. And Francine, thinking about you and your experience. And also I see one of my friends here, Susan, thank you so much. That I had a student that was brought to me by the district because they didn't know where else to bring him. And it took me 3 years with the student before he trusted me. And we were in my classroom one day and I was just working one-on-one with him, and we had completed a set of books. And I said, hey, Johnny, can you take these books down to the library for me? And I was doing something over here at my desk. And all of a sudden I heard, no, you go do it. But it wasn't like a herd, it was a herd, H-E-A-R-D. And I stopped for a minute and I looked over at him and he wasn't looking at me. And I checked back in, checking in on my truth. And I went, I know I heard him say that. And I turned to him and I said, Johnny, did you just say with your mind to me, you take them back? And he just had the hugest smile come on his face. And I went, oh my gosh, now I know who you are. And it just opened up a whole nother level of relationship for us. But the best part was when I told his mom, who worked in the school system, and I said, I need to tell you something that happened today. Okay, take a deep breath. Here goes, being brave again. And I told her what happened, and she said, oh my goodness, you have no idea. We were walking down the street one day when he was 5. He's now 18. We're getting him through the schools. I told her your relationship with him is way more important. School's going to come and go. Just love him, love him, love him. And I told her what happened in the classroom that day. And she goes, oh my gosh, when he was 5, we're walking down the street holding hands and he stopped. And he goes, Mom, I just saw my whole future. And in that moment that I was telling her what happened to classroom, it's like it trickled back 13 years of their time together. And she understood what happened that day. And so this whole another paradigm of relationship opened up for them because of this incident. So in a nutshell, the spiritual diversity and education conversation can be an interfaith conversation. How do we coexist with different belief systems? It can be an opening into education on the subtle energies. How do we use Reiki? There's just so much there that we could talk about. And I also have a feeling, because I have some clients right now with young children that want to talk about their planetary origins, their star seed origins. And so we've got kids that want to talk to each other about their galactic natures. So perhaps one day this will be an intergalactic conversation about our diversity. And with that, I'll give Shonda 2 minutes for rebuttal. Thank you so much, you guys.
Oh, I think we need to do an entire convergence on starseed. I really think we should. But yes, we are at that special hour. Thank you so much, baby. Check the check the chat. Francine's wanting to know how to get a hold of you. And from there, let's bring us all back to gallery view so that we can find Erica. There she is. Erica, you're up next here.
Deborah, I just want to say before, and Erica, it's lovely to see you again. I'm really glad, but I just really want to be able to say to Deborah how much I appreciate her courage and what she is doing. And thank you so much. And I'll step back now.
Thank you, Shan.
Hello, my dear friends. I know many of you are hoping that I'm going to speak about Peace Village today, but that is not what's in my heart. That is not what came when Shonda sent me notice to present today. Earlier, very early on, presentation was done, to which Tex is a part of, and Tex is still in the room, on a beautiful mission. I want to talk today on 2 topics, and I'm going to be as quick and as fast as I can. I'm going to start by talking about the memories that have been with me my entire life from before I was born, and the messages that I received and the training that I received before coming. And then I want to talk about my near-death experience at the age of 17, when I returned for a brief stopover before coming back again, where I experienced what I'm going to talk about, a most perfect love. And that is why that is the name of my book. It is the name of the foundation, because it's taken me a lifetime to fully comprehend and to understand what that truly is, that energy where everything is created from. I've seen the word love. I've heard the word love. And in the same sentence, I've seen betrayal, a lack of what is termed a most perfect love, because I didn't live up to the expectations of others. I know I'm different, and I know I was born different, but this is one thing that I know that I know that I know that I know. I know what a most perfect love is not. And I think this is a lesson for all of us today to learn and to grow and to expand on understanding love without condition, love without greed, love without condemnation, love without judgment, love without the concept of sin, all the things that beat us down, love without expectation or seeking something in return, love from the purest levels of creation that is contained within all of us. Here to share, to recreate a new paradigm, a new way of being, seeing, thinking, doing, where we support and uphold each other and we lift each other up in unconditional love. And the only words I could ever find to come close to even describing this love is a most perfect love. I remember dying in my previous life. I remember crossing over the bridge. I remember seeing to my left a sea of beings in such deep meditation, it was almost like they were sleeping. I still don't understand the purpose of all that, other than I understand this much. They were there in that meditative state to support all of us in human form here on earth. And I was led by a guide to the Council of the Ancient Ones when I looked and I said, I don't belong here. And he said, no, you don't. Follow me. And took me to the council. And that is when I went through a life review. And it was explained to me that many great masters had come and come and come. And each and every time, the message had been turned and twisted and used for power and for control. And that we had been fed lie after lie after lie. And then when we're born into the human existence, it is such a traumatic event because suddenly we're separated from source, or we feel as though we've been separated from source, not knowing at that moment that we can never be separated from source, that source is always with us. We don't remember it. That's the failure of the human experience, the experiment. We don't remember that we are spiritual beings here coming to inhabit a human form, to be here on this planet. And we are so stuck in the belief of the lies. I'm not good enough. I have to do this in order to be good enough. I have to do that in order to be good enough. I have to live up to everyone else's expectations of who I should be. That's a lie. We are already perfect beings created by the perfect source. And that's what I'm getting back to, what that source energy is really all about. I remember being schooled for a short period of time in creating through the collective consciousness of the whole. Because when we're in spiritual form, we're creating from our mind and our heart collectively together with every other heart and mind of every creation that is not here in human form. And you can call me crazy. I'll accept that title. I don't care, but I know that these memories are so real because they've been with me my entire life. I cannot separate them from my being. And like so many others, of course, I've gone through my own grief and sorrows. I've been through all kinds of abuse. But it's immaterial, that has no bearing other than the fact that they were lessons I needed to learn to grow in love, to grow the love within my heart. And I remember it wasn't long after that near-death experience at 17 that a mirror came in front of me of someone I did not want to become, someone that was cold and callous and filled with anger. And I remember making the choice that day that no matter what came at me in life, I would never allow it to harden my heart or my capacity to love or be love. And during the time before I was born, I remember us creating together magnificent creations. The colors and the vividness of colors that you can't even begin to imagine in human form. I remember the love and respect that we all shared with each other. One person would look for a solution, and then it would go to the next person and to the next person. And everyone came back with their pool of ideas. And it was from those ideas that we were able to create perfection. And that power we have today, it still exists within each of us to create perfection when we work together through the collective. And that's why I love the work that Deborah's doing with the youth. After I was born, and I felt great sorrow because what I was witnessing here on earth was not in alignment with what I remembered and the memories that have remained with me throughout my life. So no, I never fit in. And today I have no desire to fit in or to be anything other than what spirit is directing me to be. I have seldom ever spoken about this publicly because I was afraid they'd lock me up, put me in the loony bin and throw the keys away because you're not supposed to remember. Also, when I was a youngster, I wasn't supposed to see what was going to happen next. I frightened my own family so bad because I saw something that happened before it did that was going to cause great pain, an error that could have been avoided. And I tried to warn them. And they didn't listen. They looked at me like I was crazy. And from that moment on, I started to block that. Please excuse me. And it is from all those memories and then the near-death experience, I was in a place where, for the only time in my life, my human life existence, where I have been in perfect peace again. And I was with a guide. You can say Jesus Christ, you can say Muhammad. I don't care what name you use, and I don't care who the being was. But there was so much love, pure, unadulterated love that was coming from this person to me, that shared with me why I needed to return. I didn't have to, it was my choice. I could have chosen to left right then. But when this person being quit communicating with me, I felt compelled to come back because I saw the outcome. And I'm here to say today that I know the outcome because collectively people are waking up, awakening into this reality and beginning to understand, truly understand what a most perfect love really is. And it's that love that has absolutely no conditions. How many of us immediately can respond to someone and judge them? Oh, they're so eloquent. They speak perfectly. Oh, they're highly educated. Or they're this or that. Or they're a homeless person on the street with no education. Any form of judgment in a most perfect love, those judgments no longer exist. They cease to exist. Disease, illness, everything ceases to exist. And the only thing that's left standing is the energy that permeates everything because it creates everything. And I clearly saw that. And it took me years of hard work of going back and forgetting everything I'd ever been taught, everything I ever learned, and started over by remembering the instructions of our ancestors that love us beyond comparison. You can't even imagine that kind of love. But once you connect to it, and you can say it's the Christ consciousness that has become awakened within us individually, or the Buddha. It doesn't matter. It's within each one of us right here, right now, that we have more power than you can imagine. The power of goodness, of kindness. How many times have we felt frustrated? I'm not wealthy. I can't do this. I can't do that. I don't have enough money. I won't have enough money if I do this or I do that. It doesn't take money to be kind. It doesn't take money to love. It takes a smile, a kind word. And yes, those of us who are given more in life have a responsibility to do good with that we've been given, to uplift others and to support them. And it is my life mission to continue to be different, to be outside the norm, not to judge, but to love unconditionally. And wherever I can, lend a helping hand up to honor the authenticity of another person by listening and really hearing what is being said and listening to their heart. I had a call yesterday from someone and it turned into an 1.5-hour call, and he was concerned because he didn't think he was being eloquent enough in the words he was choosing. And I could hear his spirit speaking to me. I didn't need him to have any words other than his heart and what it was speaking, and hear that, and to love, and to become that love in every way. And that is why this last year I finally found a most perfect love. And it was never outside myself. It was inside me the entire time. And when I found it that day, I will never forget the peace that came over me, a most perfect peace, to give me the ability to walk the rest of my life as that example of peace. Our thoughts and our words, our actions. That's right, our thoughts, just our thought. If our thought is a good intent and we speak the words of good intention, pure from the heart, from that place of a most perfect love, we bring healing to others. They're like, whoa. I remember at 14 years old, One of the greatest shames of my life was to call someone a nasty word. And as soon as the words left my mouth, I knew I would never so ashamed of myself in my life. And this young man didn't run away from me. He didn't come to me in anger. He found me because I was so ashamed I hid. At 14 years old, to have that kind of an awakening. When he came to me in unconditional love. And he shared with me why those words hurt him and would hurt others, and why I should never, ever speak that word again. And it changed the trajectory of my life from that moment on, because it took me back to the memories of the interconnectedness to spirit that we always have been connected with. We're not separated from. Spirit's not up somewhere over there that we have to go find it. It's within us, each one of us. And with that, I am going to say I'm complete, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you for allowing me to share. I'm not saying we have to be this, that, or anything else. Just being who we are, you're changing the world. You're recreating. And you're bringing about the change we wish to see. Namaste.
Thank you, Erica.
You're
Do we
welcome.
have any comments for Erica or questions, anyone?
I had that experience of what that one love felt like when I was outside the body. When I was 36, it was on Father's Day, and I felt that I was given that gift of a love that I had never, I didn't remember. I felt a love and acceptance, a non-judgment, a complete encompassing comfort. I mean, it was just nothing better. And if I return to that moment, just thinking of it, it makes your eyes want to leak, but not out of sadness, but out of gratitude. And it changed my life. I mean, it really did. It changed.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that oneness. So now I anytime my environment stimulates anything other than that, I try to go immediately to my breath, recenter myself, and say, you know what, this is a trauma that's being expressed through somebody. It's not a maliciousness from them. It's just something they haven't been able to deal with, and they're bleeding on me. So if I can return that with love instead of fear or projection or separation, I'm helping to unify in that experience because of that, what I've gathered, and I can bring it to them. And whether somebody's dropping off branches and leaves here, or I'm talking with somebody I just met on the street, sometimes tears can flow, but it's not because anybody's hurting. And if we can bring that to each other in every opportunity we're given, it's a blessing. So thank you for what you bring and your bravery of sharing your traumas and your growth with others. Because if we think that harm and hurt has only happened with ourselves and we're not sharing with each other, it's kind of be a lonely experience. But when we have that support structure, recognizing that we are all children of God, we are all here to help each other and grow. There's a lot to happen from that. So thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for sharing it. And you reminded me of another memory from when I was with the Ancient Ones, when I went through the life review. In my previous life, those who I felt had harmed me, it became obvious that they weren't harming me. They weren't there to harm me. They were there to fulfill their roles so that what needed to happen next to redirect a path or to change an outcome is precisely what really had gone on. And with that, there was an instant healing of any animosity or hurt or anger. And the tears that I'm sharing right now are not sad tears. They're tears of joy. They're tears of gratitude for having experienced and been in that place of the energy of all that creates, that everything is created from. And it's nothing but love. And I stand here as a living witness to tell you, I know that's true. And I know that there is no death. So I do not walk in fear. I stepped out of fear and I refuse to go back into it. I also refuse to buy back into the I or me of this world. I've stepped and moved into a we consciousness, the collective consciousness of the whole. I was recently questioned by someone when they asked me, they didn't understand what I was speaking about when I used the word we. Who is the we? Well, had I had more time, I probably would have explained it in greater detail, and I wish I had. The we is you, all of you, and spirit, and all of the unseen beings. I believe in the unseen. I experienced it. I can't not believe in what I know I experienced. Do we have any more questions or comments?
Erica, it's Shannon here. I want to thank you so much for walking your path with such beauty and grace, integrity, and honesty. These are the kinds of comments that are in the chat and directed at you. I have experienced what you're talking about when you say you. And in the way I write it, it has a capital Y because it holds all of us and Mother Earth. I can't leave her out because everything is possible only because she exists and that she shares herself with us. And when we start to share with each other the way you do, we are on our way to becoming the child prophesied. I think that we are destined to walk with gods. And I am so grateful to be a part of you that includes you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon. My chat box won't work for me to drop it down, so I can't even read the responses, but everyone, thank you so much.
Yeah,
You know,
just want to say something too. Thank you. That was so beautiful. Because when you speak, the whole world listens. And that's really all I want to say.
Thank you, Amanda. I wish that were really true.
No,
Because
it's true. It is true on just on so many lessons and on so many levels. And I think what you have an incredible ability, and all the speakers today, is to ignite and illuminate that all of us can reach that resonance of truth.
well, we've spent centuries of manipulating and playing mind games and being sold to and told to what we should be and what we need to do. And that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is who we already are. And my prayer, my greatest prayer, is it assists others in awakening to remember who we really are, so that we may become that change we wish to see in the world. Anyone else? Somebody's hands up. Carol Sue Engelman. Hey there, my friend.
Hi. That was so good. Each one of these have been so good. I've had a hard time pulling myself away. So I want to thank you. And for a little levity, where you said about how you had felt and not belonging, or no, that wasn't the right word though. Misfit. Well, oh God, I don't remember. But the punchline
Not being
is,
enough. Not being enough.
well, no, about something about, you know, the opposite of a misfit. So I thought that we've always been the misfits, but instead of calling us the misfits, how about the outfits? Oh, it was the in and the out. Yeah, it was the ones that fit in and the outfits. So I thought, well, what? Because I'm all about fashion, really. So the outfits.
I love your sense of humor, Carol.
Thank you.
Ah, here comes Lynn. Beautiful Lynn.
Yeah, I would just like to say how grateful we are to have you here, Erica, because you are very powerful and you're very unique, and you need to believe that, because your energy is like a main pillar of light here, and I can't express that enough, and I'm very grateful to be in your company. So thank you very much, and thank you for the love you send everyone.
And thank you for the love that you're sending to me, because we all need each other.
Yes.
Because we're not separated from each other. We are one another.
Mm.
And when we recognize that and we look at each other and we see the God within each other, or the divine or the holy, we are sacred, as is our mother. And everything we do and every bit of our intent focus on the whole of everything, which includes our mother and every being on this planet and every being not on this planet, every star in the sky, the sun, the moon, everything was created from that energy. Yeah. And is still being created from that energy, with new universes that we don't even yet know about. And when I leave this earth, I don't know that I'm coming back to the earth. I may go on to a new galaxy and a new planet somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have a party together somewhere else.
Well, I'm headed to M52. You guys can meet me up there. Okay, let's see. We are at the top of the hour, and it turns out that I'm pulling this back to, nope, Tracy's got bumped out again. So Tracy Potter was supposed to present earlier on medical astrology, and she's been driving all over Australia looking for a place where her signal won't drop. They are redoing all the fiber optics around her over there, and so it looks like she's not going to be able to be here. So where we are at, I have notified Michael DiMartino that we're running 30 minutes ahead. So hopefully as soon as he sees that, but he may not see that, he may come in 30 minutes from now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring us all back into just a sharing circle here for the next 30 minutes. As soon as Michael does come in, we will move directly into his final presentation for the evening, and then Gail will bring us into a closing as well. And I believe Deborah has a song as well, Gail, that she wants to share. Deborah, did you want to do that part of the sharing circle, or you want to wait to at the end of the closing circle?
Whichever serves the purpose.
Well, this is we run by complete. We do not lock rooms. We start raising hands if things get chaotic, but no, this is we follow the flow and the energy in the room at the time. So
Okay.
and I think we ought to make Deborah sing. Let's make Deborah sing. Come on, Deborah.
Yeah.
We've got 30 minutes here before Michael shows up. It looks like you're in the spotlight.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a container for bravery and for stepping out and expressing ourselves. This song is called "I'd Give You the Heavens If I Could." And I'd give you the heavens if I could. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you the heavens if I could. Bum, 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 bum. To wrap you like a blanket. Yes, I would. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you the stars if I could. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you the stars if I could. Bum, 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 bum. To light your way like a lantern. Yes, I would. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you the moon if I could. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you the moon if I could. Bum, 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 bum. To be like your mirror to the good. Bum, 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 bum. I'd give you the sun if I could. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you the sun if I could. Bum, 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 bum. To spark your golden aura. Yes, I would. Bum, 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 bum. I'd give you Mother Earth if I could. Bum, 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 bum. And I'd give you Mother Earth if I could. Bum, 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 bum. To feed your soul, human body. Yes, I would. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you.
Bum, bum, bum,
That was
bum.
beautiful.
Go, girl.
Oh,
Love
thank
that.
you. Thank you. And I was singing backup.
It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's a song.
Thank you so much, Deborah. That was amazing. Okay, so the feather of destiny is floating in the air. Who shall grab it?
And here in England, it's the midnight hour.
Where was that was Ursula, wasn't it? Where is she?
Yes.
How does that know that voice? Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call Michael. Shannon, can you hold down the fort? I'm going to go track down Michael.
Well, now would be the time, and I'm deeply grateful because I'm just about to slide out the back door because my mom has been waiting all afternoon because I was writing and then I was speaking and then I was playing and then I was listening to some beautiful music. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum.
Shonda, I can do that for you. You want?
Oh, and you, Lynn, you can't do that because you're talking here. I honestly
holding the thought.
I want to say how much I appreciate you and all that you have been walking into and walking in grace and beauty. You know, we have to appreciate each other and the things that we do. If it's not us, who's doing it?
Exactly.
Yeah. And so I really, you are a star in my sky, Lynn.
Well, I'm glad I'm in your sky, Shannon. Thank you.
And another star is now Deborah, and I didn't know you before. And it's just such a beautiful pleasure to have you in my reality. And it comes to mind, I have ways, and I know people. And it seems to me, this time with Humanity Rising, we're talking about what education is changing, and how do we change education to suit what is going on in the world, the revelations that we are trying to assimilate into the reality that we share. ETs, oh my gosh. We talk about channeling and we don't realize that who we're talking to are basically extraterrestrials. But our worldview, our view of what real is, hasn't got a space for that. And how do we change our cosmology and to include that? Because we have to, because it is. But how do
Shannon,
we talk about that?
Shannon, may I
Yes.
interject real quick? We just need to remember that our interstellar beings are part of the divine creation, the whole, the energy that we are. And we are the energy they are.
Erica.
And February 2nd, at the quarter full moon, spend time in meditation that day is all I'm going to ask. It is a very important date in the scheme of everything. It's a day of endings and new beginnings and new paths and transformation.
Groundhog Day.
Yes.
Moving on from the cycles of repetition. We are moving forward.
It is
And for
also
goodness
sacred
sakes,
Mbok as well.
and for goodness sakes, if we're listening to channeled beings, why would we block interstellar beings from communicating with us? That's the insanity of the world we live in, but not in my reality. If they show up, I'll cook them dinner.
Yeah,
And welcome them
absolutely. And
in.
I'm sure that it would be an absolutely wonderful dinner. The thing is, Erica, is that, we're talking, we are a little bubble. We know these things, but the majority of the people out there don't really have a clue. And it is those people that we are trying to reach, to uplift, to include in our bubble of love, because they are hurting. and they have been, you know, the victims of this paradigm. I was one of them. Most of us were one of them. You know, and we have had to heal the wounds that being one of them caused. So this, I really, you know, take my hat off to Jim Garrison on this. You know, he is approaching this from, you know, the president of a university, from a perspective of, you know, the doctor of philosophy and history and theology, and how does, you know, the reality of ETs fit into all of that. And I think it's really an important conversation that he's getting into, that he is, you know, forcing on the world. um, and he's doing it with such a gentlemanly manner. I really appreciate the way he brings his message, the gentleness and integrity that he speaks with. Yeah. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Oh,
This
we
is
always love listening to you, Shannon. So I'm going to jump in here and take the talking stick really quick, everyone. We have heard from Michael. He is 5 to 10 minutes out of being able to stop and do his presentation. He is requesting that we play the Kogi film to set up his. And Claudia, are you still here, baby, or are you listening in the background?
I am.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Can you play that? Can you play the Kogi film for us, please, dear? We already tried me playing it earlier. It doesn't work. I've got my system. It's just not. My technology is just for poke today. Did we lose Claudia? Yeah. No, there she is. She's there. Okay. So Claudia has the floor. She's going to play the Kogi film. Michael should be right in shortly after that. He will do his presentation, and then Gail will close up our ceremony today. I think it was Gail we lost. Oh,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
I'm going to share screen. Share sound. And here we go.
I am the mother. I am in the heart of the universe. Throughout all of time, I have never suffered from such heat or exhaustion. I have endured for the last 1,000 years. Since that time, my natural connection points, my rivers, reservoirs, and internal waterways across all continents have been obstructed and are full of pollution. I cannot cleanse or recuperate. In December of 2023, I will start to rise and move and turn, sending this message out to all my children around the world. The storms, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, and the rise of the ocean will come. If the governments, the sultans, the princes, presidents, and kings of the world do not listen and act, in 2 years' time, only 30% of the earth will remain. I am the mother. I have always endured despite arrows being put in my eyes and in my body. I am not seeking to defend myself. I remain calm. But now I must recuperate. There are 2 ways for me to heal. The first, I could take the law of nature into my own hands. This way, I will go in search of my medicine so I can cure my body, heal my energies, and all that I'm suffering from. There will be great changes upon the earth. You will feel me recovering. You will feel me moving. I will not do this to cause harm to you. It will mean I am recuperating my body. Or the second way, all my children will make the healing happen for me, so I will not need to do it myself. I will put my older children in charge of my recovery. They will go and search for my medicines, for my cure, so I can be healed and recuperate with their help. You, my children, must all be united and deliver what is needed for your older brothers so they can do the healing where I have been injured by you, my younger ones. Each one of the rulers of the world, of the governments of the world, must say, yes, Mother, I will stand with you. I will give my help to where you have been injured. I, your mother, have given you everything. When these changes start to happen, we will see whether you listen and act, or whether I myself will have to do what I must to recover the balance on Earth. If in just 6 months from now, by June 2024, you say, yes, we will provide what is needed, then my oldest children will be able to help cure my body. If this message is ignored, I will take the law of nature into my own hands, 1.5 years from that date. This is the message that the Mother has given, she who is in the heart of the world.
Please check your microphones. Everybody mute your mics, please. Figure out where our background noise is here.
And I'm here.
There you are. And
The
for
background noise seems
our,
to be coming from Michael's.
oh, Michael, you're in a cafe, aren't you?
No, I'm actually at the Enlightenment Festival here in San Francisco today. So I'm combating the great distraction of the NFL Super Bowl playoffs because everyone's glued to their TV, stuffing their face with snacks, watching the Warriors battle it out, while we're here trying to inspire and enlighten the human condition to embody the transformation that's happening right now on the planet. So it's very dualistic. I'm actually in San Francisco where the 49ers are playing, and it's pretty wild, but we're holding it down, keeping the frequency high. So I am actually at an expo right now, and I might even share a mysterious glimpse behind the scenes depending on what happens over the next 30 or 35 minutes. So thank you. So should I start here? We ready to go?
Yes, you're up. We were waiting on
Okay,
you.
thank you. So I'm here at the expo, and it's pretty amazing. There's a lot of healers here. There's a lot of product reps. There's a lot of psychics here and card readers. So I'm going to tune into what needs to be said in the moment. And we plan and the creator laughs. So before I start, I would like to invite in, if I think she's here, whenever I do things, I always like to invite in the voice of our Indigenous community to kind of do an opening as a way of acknowledgement, but also as another effort of the reconciliation process that's so important right now as we heal the past to move forward in unity to bring in this new humanity, new earth, new paradigm, new design, new perspective energy. So I'm going to invite in Gail, if she's still here, with her drum up at the sacred fire somewhere in the ancient mountains, to do an opening for us, if she would honor us.
Michael, she's lost connection. Let's give her a few minutes to get back.
Okay, so I will preface the, and hopefully there's not too much noise here. I actually put in my earplugs. San Francisco is such a crossroads of so many different cultures and frequencies and technologies, and it's really it's kind of incredible to be here today. Usually, as you know, I'm usually sitting in my mountain cave in Crestone, Colorado, just enjoying a radical sabbatical from the human condition. But as many of you know by now, and on our weekly calls, and including the weekly Wednesday Regenesis Beacon that I've been invited to work with Earth Mother Network to help kind of co-host and support, we're truly at this crossroads of midwifing something really spectacular. So the idea is today, I had wanted to speak because I've been kind of trying to take a back seat and just get familiar with the ecosystem of who's in here. What are their projects? What are their perspectives? What are their superpowers? And kind of as a Hierophant, 5 of Diamonds, alchemaic aggregator of potentiality, just kind of watching on like how that plays into this year, which was inspired by Chief Phil Lane and Shonda and others that I had communication with in regarding to the 30th anniversary of the World Unity Festival, the birth of Miracle the White Buffalo, and many other things that occurred 30 years ago this August. So as I'm coming into the ecosystem, I'm kind of doing deep listening, feeling which superpower or what I can contribute of value to the group, and also doing that. Again, today is the birthday anniversary, 28 years, I believe, of Earth Mother Network, maybe even more, and an incredible legacy. But also there's a whole series of daily events, weekly events, and ongoing events, and also larger events that are happening, including Earth Day and Earth Fest that are coming up. And for me, the project I'm really leaning into is the Earth Stock Eco Spiritual Summit, August 19th to 25th. And again, very deeply woven into the quantum field, into prophecy, and what's happening on the planet post the pandemic and the global reset. And whether you look at that as from the perspective of the World Economic Forum and Charles Schwab, or if you're looking at it from a more esoteric, metaphysical, spiritual perspective, or from the indigenous perspective, or the economic or the governmental. I mean, the election's coming up, it's showtime, like rehearsal's over. So I'm, as always with my presentations, I try to inspire people to action, whatever that might be. Maybe that is doing your own personal work, which is always central to being able to be effective in anything that we do, doing our own evolutionary work. How can we contribute as much as we can if we're kind of trying to put our pieces together. So, I always come at everything from a spiritual perspective and my own process of healing. And a big part of that is, of course, the healing of our genetic astrology, healing of our ancestral lineages, our connection, the reconciliation and healing that has to happen as we are able to show up in the moment in the greatest way possible, and what I call starting to mend or heal the sacred hoop, very much connected to the vision of Black Elk and many others. I mean, it's just beyond any tradition. It's just the idea of us all coming back together and designing, architecting, building, and embodying the world that we want to live in and that we want our children to live in. Unfortunately, many of those people, I mean, this is a whole rabbit hole. Maybe the world that they want us to live in it can be a little bit nefarious. So, there is this dualistic, even though there's a great unity in the universe, there's a duality happening right now between, light and dark, of different, 8 billion people's perceptions and perspectives and agendas all simultaneously at play in the quantum moment to co-create the future. So, here to inspire us to action, to evolution, and to midwifing and birthing a potential healthier, happier, wholer way of being. So I'm not sure if Gail made it back, and if she has, I just want to do that acknowledgement of honoring.
She's here, Michael.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lynn. So with that, I'm going to, in the spirit of reconciliation and acknowledging the original peoples here in Turtle Island in North America, I'd like to ask Gail Thomas if she'd like to do it.
Thank you, Michael. I always appreciate your recognition so much and your spiritual walk in this way. And I want to sing this water the bears gave, the song the bears gave me for the water. And your words on action, I hope that we can take our actions to the water to help her heal. I'm not turn on my original sound. Amakalaya, 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 falling water. Ocean water, ocean water, ocean water, only that's mercy for you. What if you don't feel? How's it going to pass?
Thank you so much. Just kind of taking this in for a moment. I just want to say that, so many of us spend our time and energy sharing, communicating on Zoom, listening to the radio. We live in such a time of, I actually call it, sometimes we get to information saturation. And it's important because part of what I'm going to speak about, the Earth Stock Eco Spiritual Summit, I'm going to kind of use it as a diving board into the unknown, unscripted, Sunday afternoon live here, to talk about. I always feel really honored when Gail can start anything I do or other Native people, because these ancient songs and intentions, whether it's the drumming or the vibration of the words, if we don't understand it, it gives us an opportunity to drop into maybe a deeper level of coherence and connection. For me personally, I find that, information is important, but at some point, how much information can we really practically assimilate where that information saturation actually reaches the heart and can precipitate or distill down into actual action and wisdom and knowledge. So actually 3 years ago, really right at the beginning of the whole pandemic and the shutdown and the beginning of this type of, whether, through a governmental agency or agenda or on a spiritual level, this global cosmic reset that was happening, I took an opportunity to have a radical sabbatical, and which is very difficult for someone who, an event producer, a musician, an interfaith minister. I love to be engaged. I get really lit up by doing service. That Spirit was telling me, shut up, be quiet, open your heart, and be prepared to let that old perception of myself, of who I am and who I think I am, just to dissipate and allow a new chapter, allow a new vision, allow a new message or insight to be midwifed. So I say that because, again, starting our time together with a level of really heart coherence, so that we can not only hear the words, but feel the resonance, to me feels very important. Although I greatly cherish the amount of sharing and discourse and knowledge and information that's shared. And very much like starting with the video from the Kogi message, this is a time to be inspired and to take action and to rekindle, many have not lost it, our connection with the earth, the elementals, earth, water, fire, air, and to find in our own spiritual journey where we are and what we're supposed to be doing. So again, I was kind of re-inspired about 5 or 6 months ago with a conversation with Chief Phil, who was at the original World Unity Festival in the White Buffalo, the Drums Around the World, meeting Shonda and many other people here, a brief conversation with David Crockett Williams, many of you who are on the phone, connecting with Francine. I mean, a lot of people that were kind of like activations of like, okay, there's this wave of energy building and people are realizing the importance to collaborate and to build synergy. So for me right now, and I am going to open it up in a few minutes. I want to have a conversation, or if people have questions that they could put into the chat. But for me, doing the World Unity Festival in '94, 2 years after my ordination of being an interfaith minister, attending the Earth Summit in '92 in Brazil, which was an incredible experience. And then in '99, doing the Drumming in the New Millennium Gathering in Egypt, which is kind of a culmination of the Drums Around the World that we brought out in '94. 20,000 drummers, 32 countries. This is before the internet. And then that in '99, then '92 to 2012, visiting Mexico and Chichen Itza, and Tulum, and what I would call an amazing potential new Earth epicenter. end up organizing the Synthesis 2012 gathering at the pyramids of Chichen Itza and of Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent in Mexico. And then realizing, okay, think global, doing these big activation events, these big consciousness events, consciousness festivals, came back to California to focus on creating a kind of a bioregional hub to try to build up a what I call a regenerative roundtable. So basically getting people in my bioregion, my watershed, my river basin, my geomantic area connected to actually create change and bring solutions for some of the issues that we were dealing with in California, in Nevada County. I call it Nirvana County. We had a lot of interest in reopening up the gold mines. Of course, many of you have probably heard in California, we had mega droughts, and we had mega fires and mega flooding now. The water table, the reservoirs are already at 100% right now. So the potential of massive flooding. And again, going back to the Kogi video, going back to my work with the Hopi, the elements will crescendo and will create this great purification. And I don't want to sound doom and gloomy about it, but there has to be, like in any ceremony, in any process, there has to be purification before the new can come in. So I worked for years to create a center there. And then of course, everything I was doing, the pandemic shut down. And I took some time, again, to, like I say, a radical sabbatical, to say, okay, time to allow myself to re-envision the work I'm supposed to be doing, to simplify, because I found the most important piece for me at that time was just a simple connection of being in nature, walking along a creek, listening to the birds and reestablishing that connection so that I could actually hear the harmonic of the voice, not being stuck here, or in my emotions or being reactionary, to really hear what the next step of my work was supposed to be. And all of that has transformed into this August 19th through 25th, doing the Earthstock Eco Spiritual Summit. And again, I don't like to just talk about that. When I do presentations, I like to talk about solutions and templates or facilitate processes of evolution. But it feels like today is an opportunity where I can maybe stretch out a little bit and share more about that, because we're starting to onboard, we're starting to create a production team, and we're starting to invite people to come with their gifts and superpowers to actualize that. And then probably by spring equinox, actually going more public. So I just want to take a moment to talk about that and do some shameless self-promotion in my silo and the event that I'm doing. But the idea is not just to say this is my event or this is a silo. This is something we're putting out as a vision of participation and engagement of many different people really around the world. So the idea with Earthstock, we did two in 2018, 2019. We're going to do a larger one in 2020 in Nevada City or Nirvana City. And of course, the mandates and everything got shut down. We were planning on like a 5,000 person event. But since then, it for me, a big part of my work has been, I'm in that part of my life where I don't necessarily want to or have to cat herd so much. So part of the vision now is I am putting out the call that I want to sit at a round table in a sacred circle of lions and lionesses that are doing the work, who recognize each other. It's kind of the 100th monkey, to build a unified field to have even a more potential profound impact on the world at whole, but also, and there's people here that are doing projects, and one of my collaborators is doing something in Texas, and there's people in Oregon and Washington, is the vision that I've been really given beyond Earthstock, just the event of getting, 300 to 500 people together in Colorado, in Crestone, which itself is a incredible powerful place of spiritual pilgrimage for many indigenous people, the Comanche, the Apache, the Ute, the Pueblo tribes, the Hopi, and over the last few decades, even having people come there from other spiritual traditions and cultures. The Kogi have been there, the Tibetans, but we have 20 spiritual centers there. It's become really a hub of spirituality, but it's also become a place where they embrace green building, and there's a potential to build out a community of people very much like, you know, a Findhorn or an Oroville, or, you know, these types of places where people can live in community, collaborate, be self-sustainable, grow their own food, do education. And it's based on inclusive, not exclusive. So I've been guided there to do the radical sabbatical. It was revealed that this is a potent place, and we're supposed to host a gathering that will be an eco-spiritual summit that can accelerate people's individual transformation, but it can also have a profound impact energetically on the world. And we're working with people like Peter Champeau, who did the Gaia Matrix, and we're identifying certain places on the planet that we want to make sure we're aligning and connecting with. But also that through that whole week, we're gathering lions, we're connecting, because part of what I've come to realize, and I'm a very optimistic person, right? I feel like I've incarnated at this time to be on the planet, to do this work, bridging into the baby boomer and what I would call the Woodstock generation, right? Woodstock generation, what do we think? Peace and love, still a great idea. The anti-war movement, human rights, civil rights, women's rights, the birthing of the American Indian movement, growing their hair long, getting back into the spiritual traditions, many which were suppressed by colonialism and by the patriarchal governmental agencies that have kind of like colonized Turtle Island here in North America. So, you know, music, art, culture, there was this incredible explosion. I mean, everyone now, I go all around the world, everyone's heard of the Woodstock, they've heard of the 60s, you know, the health food movement, Stephen Gaskin, the Back to the Land movement, the Caravan, the writers, the beatniks. So for me, I feel very much right now that we're at this other, and it's interesting because it's been just over 52 years, and in the Mayan calendar, there's these 52-year cycles they call Baktuns, where they put out all the fires and a time of rest. Maybe that was during the pandemic. It seemed like it was a time of rest and introspection. But then they relight the fires to start the next 52-year cycle and Baktun. And I think what's interesting too is, you know, if we look at the colonial mindset, I even follow the Mayan calendar, because in many indigenous calendars, they followed a lunar calendar of 13 months of 28 days in each month. So again, there's a lot of projections and things that have been put on us that we're kind of awakening from. Let's say we're escaping the matrix and awakening to our natural intelligence and about the interconnection of people and plants and four-leggeds and two-leggeds and all creation, the stone people, the water. And all of this is what we're working on right now, weaving together into the narrative of what is Earthstock. Because people naturally go, oh, Woodstock. It's like, well, Woodstock, you know, peace, love, sex, drugs, rock and roll, all these things. But like, we knew about a lot of these things 50, 60 years ago. In some ways we've evolved, it's gotten better. But if we see what's happening with nature, and again, going to the Kogi message, microplastics, Hopi prophecy, Koyaanisqatsi, world out of balance, the great purification, all of the religious traditions talking about these great teachers, Maitreya or Kalki, that, and I'm not saying we're absolutely at that moment, but we're obviously at some crossroads where we have to make decisions around the idea of evolution and self-preservation. And that's the narrative that we're trying to weave into why Earthstock, why have this gathering. And I've actually, interestingly enough, in 2005, when we did the Imagine Peace Festival, we had Marianne Williamson there, who is actually doing a run independently, I think, for president and stuff, but a lot of people know her through A Course of Miracles. And we talked a lot about consciousness events. And I guess I'm going to just say it. There's a lot of consciousness events that really boil down to like consumerism and commercialism. And I'm not judging that. I'm just saying it like, some people, it's just a different perspective. So what really constitutes a conscious event or a transformational event? I mean, everything could be transformational. But what I did find out in the past when we did World Unity and we did other events, especially the one in Mexico where people came, some people just came, oh, it's 2012, it's the end of the world, let's party. That they didn't come necessarily sharing the real unified intention. And it became very disunified. And a lot of people, because if we start in a very pure, intentional way of creating something that's truly transformational, we're not just calling it, we say greenwashing or whitewashing. We're saying it's transformational, but it's kind of, it's kind of a party. And I'm not judging that either, but a lot of times it becomes just another, I call it light twerkers. It just becomes another opportunity to dance and party and imbibe and woo-woo. And I'm all for celebrating life and the miracle of life. But I think right now, my message and the invitation I'm putting out to people is like, it's time to do the work. And what I mean by the work, it's time to do the remediating on the planet. And I'm going to invite people in a minute. Thank you for people for posting. I am seeing these, and I don't want to babble, but I'm taking a little bit of liberty today to share some of these things because I don't try to take up too much air in the room or bandwidth or promote myself. But today I feel like I have this opportunity to like get these things out that have been wanting to be shared, and maybe they're of some value. So, this is a call to action. Like, let's stop poisoning the planet. Let's put the traditional knowledge of our indigenous stewards at the forefront, who have been stewarding the planet for a lot longer than the European model. Let's clean and remediate all the damage we've done. I mean, just look at microplastics. Look at the damage. I mean, they just reopened Fukushima power plant. So again, I don't want to get into the doomy gloomy stuff, but we have to come forward right now. We have to remediate the damage we've done, and we have to stop contributing to the damage. And part of this is not just, and this is why it's an eco-spiritual summit, because we're not separate from the environment outside of us, and we're not separate from each other. And we sometimes, when we say ecology or environmental, we don't look at human beings as part of the equation. So this is an agreed upon symbiotic relationship that is happening. So the idea is, by gathering the lions, August 19th through 25th, August 20th being the 30th anniversary of the birth of White Buffalo, culminating in the 25th for a day of synchronized events, of Ho'oponopono, of reconciliation, of doing a potential of, and I know there's Shonda and Gail and Phil, the whole lighting of the sacred fire, very powerful vision. We want to potentially collaborate, embrace that. And then also doing the drums around the world and having synchronized, building a synchronistic, unified field of ceremony and prayer without the necessary verbiage, because even in language, sometimes it creates separation, could be a very powerful way to kind of move these things forward. But also, I want to encourage people, nobody knew what Noah knew until they knew what Noah knew, and then it was too late. So for me, a big part of my work has been committed in Colorado and building a network and helping support self-sustainable land bases, because, I mean, let's get frank, I'm very optimistic, but if people decide not to wake up and the Kogi message comes true along with many other prophecies, and a lot of the planet and the damage that we're doing, the viral aspects of humanity has to be cleaned up. It could be very painful and very hard to stomach the amount of transformation and purification that will have to happen. But I've already come to a contract with Spirit. I'm here. I want to be a bridge between the Woodstock generation, that explosion, and bringing us into the Earthstock generation, which is all dedicated to people, planet, and the future beyond even 7 generations. So part of that is I've already said, you know what? If I'm part of what has to go vibrationally on the planet for Mother Earth to survive and continue to thrive, because the planet has been through, the hope is say 4 other worlds already. There's many different prophecies and teachings of how many times the magnetic poles have had to shift, of how the Earth had to kind of clean up, right? All of them talk about the last one, which is a great flood. It's universal in many different traditions and cultures, that I'm willing to step off in my own small gravity of my self-importance to allow a bigger long-term divine reality that's based on the existence of Mother Earth to continue in a regenerative, beautiful way. And if we look during the 3 years during the pandemic, when people weren't contributing, and airlines and cars and garbage and rampant consumerism, we actually saw that the planet was starting to regenerate. Fish populations, wildlife, forests, animals, dolphins, whales, all these things were so the Earth can heal itself. The Earth can come back and regenerate, but we have to assist it, very much like Kogi video, and we have to stop contaminating and poisoning and extracting. So I remain optimistic, but how do we do this? So all I know is my narrative has shifted from trying to constantly, be in the process of awakening and inspiring people to like, okay, you know what? Gather the lions. And now that we have the ability to reach the planet through media, and I will say I'm so happy to be part of Earth Mother Network, connected with John Raymer and Sign Network, and Unify and Unity Earth and Ben Bowler, and these incredible platforms of connection that have been created. Plus, I just spoke with Michael Kraus about plugging into the global mapping system so people can see it. We're going to culminate the connectivity, and we're going to try to populate the planet so people can see. It's like NASA scientists being in space, seeing the planet. They're like, wow, I guess we really are all connected and we all are one humanity. But the point is that we're going to culminate that in a globally synchronized event. The world drumming, the healing, the sacred hoop, the Ho'oponopono, and the idea connected to also the 8th fire and the sacred fire. So this is all happening right now. This is not just my idea. This is something that's kind of distilling out of the collective consciousness of a way that I've been invited into a group of extremely dynamic solutionaries. And all of you, even on this call right now, I'm looking, are doing amazing work. So right now we have about 15 people on this call, and some of you I've gotten to know, and others I'm still getting to know. But this is a call to action. And I say that action of inspiration within yourself. Earthstock's not the only thing happening. I realize that. But I would like to say I would love to spend 7 days of ceremony, prayer, and deep immersion with anyone watching this to come together, and if not, to participate in the global satellite events and synchronized events that are happening on August 25th, because the power of unity, very much like in 1994, with Drums Around the World, Chief Phil Lang and other elders, we witnessed this first or second day of the event, the birth of Miracle the White Buffalo, triple rainbows appearing over the event. many indigenous people saying that this was part of their prophecies, which I was working with Hopi elders because I've learned to listen to the wisdom keepers saying, oh, we have these teachings of this. And I'm like, oh, well, let's start doing it and see what happens. So so again, Earthstock Eco Spiritual Summit is August 19th to 25th. And we're putting out a call. We're starting to do our weekly Tuesday meetings for production. But we also are meeting people that have skills that would like to be involved in that. Someone's birthday is that day. Wow. Amazing. But we're also getting people already that are starting to commit and ground into being either a presenter, doing a satellite event, or helping with the actual production in Crestone for this 7-day immersive experience. So with that, I think I've probably babbled enough because today was talking about, in the past, I usually talk about regenesis, midwifing, the new humanity, the new earth, the new paradigm, the new design, which we're all co-creating, right? We're going beyond hierarchy. We're coming back into the sacred circle. And when I do that, I talk about regenerative design because each one of us has a superpower and we have to bring all of these spokes of this wheel of the sacred hoop together. And in regenerative design, we have arts and culture, spirituality, traditional and indigenous knowledge. We have regenerative agriculture, food and water security. We have health and wellness, so spirit, mind, and body. We have the concept of how do we have a holistic form of self-governance and counsel. Also looking at alternative economic models. You know, right now, we're also victim of, you know, mostly here in the States, of this, the fiat dollar. I mean, look at this is a piece of paper with really not much backing it. And now with the introduction of a BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and many other countries, North Korea, Iran coming off of the petrodollar, we're on the verge of the possibility of a major economic collapse of the US dollar. The idea of independent media, which many people on this platform are doing. And all of these different spokes have to come together in a holistic way and communicate. So I had a talk the other day with Michael. We're talking about bioregions, watersheds, river basins, the relationship to the Cascade Project, and starting to be like, okay, Earthstock will happen, but out of this, how do we start to create this idea of taking the responsibility and not counting on broken, toxic, hyper-capitalist leadership that's bringing us in the wrong direction? You know, whether you're blue or you're red or you're purple or you're independent or you're a Green Party, you know, how much change is the political structure really going to bring us? So we're in this time of re-envisioning, of innovating, of co-creating, and you know, people like John Lennon said, power to the people, power to the peaceful. We have to take the responsibility to midwife and embody the world we want, and we can't just sit on our hands waiting for someone else to do it. So we're doing that as part of the Earthstock experience. And I just had a talk today with a gentleman that is talking about, after the event, maybe taking it out as a smaller event or expo around the country. And again, it goes back into the idea of bioregions, bioregional roundtables, getting people together. And most importantly, it just feels so important to keep our eye on the reality of, like, where does your food come from? Where does your water come from? Who can you count on as your neighbor? And reinvigorating the idea of sustainable villages, sustainable land-based communities, because of all of this thinking and innovating and visioning doesn't turn out the way we're all hoping. The ability to get through this time of this great cleansing and purification, I mean, maybe some of us will ascend, we'll reach our light bodies, and we won't need food and water. Maybe some of us will be breatharians. Maybe some of us will run to the hills as it collapses. I don't pontificate that I know. I'm just looking at the picture and trying to be like, what can I bring to a collaboration? What can I offer? And at the same time, making sure that my sovereignty, my connection with spirit stays clean and clear, but in that sovereignty being part of a circle, because, you know, we're all interdependent regardless of our independence of what decisions we make in our life. So with that, I'm going to probably stop babbling, and I want to open it up if other people would like to offer something to the discourse. I know a lot of you have amazing projects that you're doing, and I know many of you are coming on or starting to come on calls. I had a great communication with Shonda, because Shonda is kind of administrating her amazing Earth Mother network of solutionaries and people to organize how that will collaborate and interface with this event. We have other communities of people doing the same thing. So this is a huge challenge of pushing the boundaries of how do we do radical collaboration, and doing it in the way that has the greatest integrity and is allowed to organize by natural guidance, but do it in a way that we're also effective. So with that, I'd like to open up if anyone has anything they want to share. And yes, I just want to thank everyone for joining. And radical collaboration, participation, inspiration, changing the paradigm. I mean, jumping timelines, bringing in the positive narrative, and manifesting the world and the life that we all truly want to experience. So with that, I'm going to open up the circle for any thoughts or feelings people have about eco-spiritual, radical collaboration that they would want to offer.
Go ahead, Francine.
Hi, thank you, Michael. That was really beautiful. And I love how we're weaving each one of the speakers today into this time that we're at to collaborate and to bring us all together. And I just want to say thank you for that opportunity with Crystal Nations Collective. We will be participating with Earthstock in August. The location of where we will be facilitating ceremony is not yet determined. There are a few locations, either Sedona, Taos, New Mexico is really calling. It's where our rainbow wheel was originally birthed. So going back to the beginning and I lived there for 20 years, and we have a lot of community in Taos, New Mexico. So connecting with Earthstock during that time, will also be present during the days that are not following that ceremony. But I also would like to offer with you, in that being said, that with, I think, 12 years under my belt with working on core teams for the transformational music and art festivals, we brought in Unify Fest with Nathan Crane. I was part of the core team for 2016. And so I'd love to offer you some of those connections. That is our soul star tribe, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, that would love to participate. And if you want to invite me to a core meeting, I'd love to. I kept all my notes when we put together 2016 and 2017. We did Unify again in New Mexico. We had a really good turnout where we brought together many from Standing Rock and many organizations, South America. We did have Chief Phil there, the 13 Indigenous grandmothers, the Tiwa dancers. We brought in a lot of musicians, and I was able to book a lot of the star seeds that I would love to offer you. Many whose voices have not been heard yet, and that are excited about getting, to be a part of the movement that we're all co-creating here. And I would love to also gather with all of the core team members. I feel that it's really good to sit at the round table, but I'd love to invite us all to purge together, to go to the sacred waters together, to sit in a sweat with our Indigenous, to sit with the grandmothers and to really listen and breathe together. I'd love to meditate and just be in silence, possibly even for hours. These are the things that great creators asking. You know, when we did the big festival for Unify, we brought 2,500 people. We had Trevor Hall, we had Superman, we had some really big things going on, and overwhelmed a lot of us. And we learned a lot about how to go forward. And one of the biggest things that the core team came together at Hummingbird Ranch in Taos, New Mexico, gathered to say was, when we go forward from now on, we'd like to purify together, body, mind, heart, and soul, since this is us being the way showers. And I don't know how to bring that about, maybe in small groups in Sedona, Crestone, Taos, even up in San Francisco.
Francine, let
where
me
you all
jump in
visit.
here really quick, you guys. Francine, we have two production excuse me, two production teams. Earth Mother is co-producing this. So if you would start coming into the gathering and join our production team, because Michael has his own
Sounds
production team running, and then we will we get together once a week and join notes
Awesome.
at production meetings.
Thank you.
So we've got several hands up, baby, and we're already 6 minutes over for the night. And this has been a long day for me. So I'm going to go ahead and move over. Let me see. Claudia, come on in.
Thank you so much. I would also just love to introduce myself. I'm Claudia Valdez. I'm currently located in Ontario, Canada, with deep family roots in Guatemala. And I am an initiated Mayan timekeeper. I do sacred fire ceremonies, and partly what I do full time here in the North is I am a psychic medium, and I've been a bridge for the unseen and the ones here for a very long time. And I work the calendar every day, and I absolutely see a bigger need for it. I love what I'm hearing here, Michael. I love your energy and how you speak and what you've presented. So wherever I can be of service, and I just thought that it was really interesting that you mentioned the white buffalo and how it's 30 years and the celebration happening in August, and August 25th, because August 25th happens to be my birthday. And I've also actually channeled and worked with a couple of times with white buffalo calf woman. So it's interesting the synchronicity that I'm hearing here. I'm usually quite quiet and behind the scenes or active in my own kind of comfortable space. But this is really feeling like I'm being told to keep coming out of my shell, to keep standing up. And this actually feels really good to me. So if you're interested, I'm not sure how we can collaborate and work together, but I would really be interested and love to. So I'll leave it at that and say thank you.
Thank you. And we want to get everyone's voice heard. And I know we're going later. Just to answer that, we meet on Tuesdays, but also I know that Shonda has kept space on Thursdays, so she will extend invites because part of that is what we're calling wisdom keepers, which are different specific indigenous lineage holders of traditional knowledge. And we also have a production team. So there's like the Spiritual Advisory Wisdom Keepers Council. And again, I'm going to leave that to Shonda. And then on Tuesdays, we have our production meeting to kind of meet people and talk about production. So absolutely, I feel resonant with you on both of those. I feel like you have a lot to contribute. And also, I just want to say with Francine, that Taos and Sedona are key places that need to be activated. When we met with Peter Champeau, he gave us a list of the Gaia Matrix places that should be included, and the crystal medicine wheels also. So we can talk more about that. But I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole. Today was to introduce the idea and kind of open up the energy a little more here at the August 28th. Birthday of Earth Mother. And again, Tuesdays and Thursdays are the meetings. So we'll continue the conversation more online after today. I don't want to take up too
Michael, let
much
me
room.
jump back in really quick too. Claudia is already on my list for Wisdom Keepers. I think we should also add her to the production team. She's an amazing Zoom tech, and she also may be a really good interpreter for us as well. And Francine is already on the list as a presenter and Wisdom Keeper as well. Okay, Lynn, come on.
Fantastic, fantastic. And I want to thank you, Shonda, for just giving the list. You know, we've been collaborating and we're leaning in, figuring, because, you know, I just want to say none of us are here to bypass each other. We want to open up our contacts. We want to share. We want to bring big medicine, but we want to do it in a way that's within integrity and clear communication. So I know, again, Shonda just presented a list of people in her network, and she'll be facilitating that. We're working with a few other groups and also my network. So we're starting to bring all of these sacred groups together into one great circle. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Claudia's on the last one I sent you from the Palinki group. Okay, Lynn, come on in.
Erica wants to speak, and I put my hand up for her because she's been waving. She can't open it. Do you still want to speak, Erica?
Hey, come on in, girl.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank
Okay,
you, Lynn.
Lynn, I love you.
I love you too.
Michael, I wanted to share one more thing from my memory of being with the Council of the Ancient Ones. And that was, I was told they were losing patience with the human experiment and felt the time was coming to recall us from Mother Earth because of the lack of awakening. The only thing that's been giving me hope is to see the mass awakening since technology has developed to the point where Unity Earth has grown immensely. Sign Network has grown immensely. Shonda and Earth Mother Network and all the other networks that are now broadcasting this, because I'm taking this prophecy extremely serious, because my memories have never failed me. And the time is coming when that patience will be gone. And there's nothing to be afraid of. It's called a recall. There is no death, so no one will be harmed in the end, recalled back to our original source. Because we took it too far. We waited too long for the solutions. So I'm truly grateful for the solutions that are being created. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Erica.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of us, I think, believe me, I'm at an expo with 100 psychic and no one knows exactly how this is going to turn out. So we have to just consider, we have to show up wholeheartedly and do our best. I have my phone being kind of blown up right now from a group from Australia that wanted to connect about Earthstock. So I do have to jump off the call right now. But again, we have a very clear template of onboarding between Tuesday production and Thursday Wisdom Keeper. And I love what I hear. And we'll just keep moving forward. And I will also be in Palenque, and I'll be back in Colorado next week. And I'm constantly in Sedona. I'll be going again to Taos and up to Boulder. So let's just stay in touch. And I do want to drop in Francine to talk about that network with you and Shonda about how we can, again, onboarding and co-create together. It takes grace and it takes communication. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Okay, so here we are. And I am going to close out the live stream. Everybody say goodbye to Facebook.